Hello. Hi guys. Good morning. My computer blew up last night, so I'm on a new computer. And what's up? So I don't have a lot of my software installed on this, but we will figure that out. So biggest news is probably that Nvidia is considering an investment, or likely to invest, in a privately held quantum company called PsiQuantum. So that's pretty big news for us. Most traded is Nvidia, down 20 basis points. Market fell off the open but recovered a bit. Plug Power up 2%. Novavax up 10%. A lot going on over there. D-Wave up 5%, continuing its unbelievable rally. Lucid down 6%. Tesla down 3%. Palantir down 2%. United Healthcare clawing its way back up 4%. I still don't think we should touch it. They did not only had a bad quarter last quarter, but they also removed their guidance, which I'd be very careful about. You know, a company that misses once and then says we may miss again. Arch Aviation down 10%, Rigetti down a little bit, QUBT down 10%. Finally, some rationality prevailing over there. SMCI down 60 basis points, Open Door down, Big Bear down. Apple down 2%, Intel down 1%. Something called NWTN has roughly doubled. Let's see what these guys do. Some crazy Chinese thing, probably. Yeah. There's a lot of weird Chinese scams in the market. SoundHound down 8%. HIM's up down 3%. HIM's been a huge momentum stock like Palantir and others. Ford down a little bit. American Airlines flat. Zim up a little bit. Robinhood up a little bit. And CoreWeave up a little bit. But since IPO has been an amazing success. Most people were bearish on CoreWeave's IPO, and there you go, doubled up. Big winners, not too many. Mostly smallish companies. Zim, Galaxy Digital, D-Wave, Intelia up 5% on some data. We'll look at that. Moderna, Z-Lab, but not too many. Losers, well, Regencell is down 18%. Again, Chinese, very thinly traded scam. Only 16,000 shares. Stay away from this one. QuantumScape, not a quantum company, but down 14%. We mentioned Archer and QCI. Liquidia down 9%. That's really it. Mostly uneventful. Aurora Innovation down 6%, 7%. By value, all usual suspects. CoreWeave on the list, surprisingly. Yeah, instead of looking at Bury, look at some of the more successful funds like Co2 and TCI, Viking. There's a lot of good funds out there. There's smaller funds too, like RTW and I don't know who else. Verition, I guess. Yeah, but please ignore Bury. I mean, his own investors are ignoring him, so you should ignore him too. The market is very efficient for investors. Yeah, Ray is probably, it's probably not too different from copying and pasting Buffett. But yeah, probably a good idea. Again, my whole file system is messed up because I don't have my old files. Yes, Matt. Go long, baby. Why not? You can top ticket and bottom ticket. The problem, Ryan, is that you don't know when to sell. So you're just going to lose all your money anyway. So nobody cares how much you're up because it doesn't make a difference. You see, Ryan, you're a bag holder. And bag holders, well, everything's going to just go to shit for you anyway. Yes, exactly. Future baggy. Deferred baggy. Exactly. Shut up, kitty. Yeah, I was, at this point, D-Wave is outlandish. Yeah, right, Cheyenne? Exactly. All right, let's look at Jazz. I haven't looked at Jazz in a while. Yeah, Nvidia's interest in PsiQuantum could be similar to Meta's interest in AR/VR, or even less. It makes sense for them to spread some bets, and we don't know if they're forcing PsiQuantum to buy GPUs, which is kind of Nvidia's MO. They'll invest with you if you use the money to buy GPUs, and you get the halo effect of being able to say, "Oh, Nvidia invested with us," but if they force you to buy GPUs with the money, then it's kind of a silly. Yeah, I got a new computer. I think I mentioned to you guys, my computer broke last night. If you know what I should do on the display, you let me know, okay? I was playing League of Legends for the first time in a year, and I don't think changing contrast on monitor will do anything for you guys, right? There we go. Is that better? It looks a lot brighter to me. It doesn't look that much brighter to you, from what I can see. It looks great to me on the other monitor. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we try filter. Should be able to do something here. Let's see. Filters, edit filters, properties. I don't know. Lighten, blending mode. No. Force SDR or capture HDR. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was late today, and also I really don't know what I'm doing here. Can't change any of this stuff while I'm streaming. What do I think about swing trading? What's swing trading? Sounds like Tarzan. Swinging from a vine or something. Oh. Is that better? Does that work? Cheyenne got it right. Yeah, now the contrast, something's wrong with the video as well. I don't know. Yeah, dude, like I said, my computer broke last night, so it's gonna probably take me a few days to get back to normal. Don't know why D-Wave is up. I mean, the PsiQuantum investment from Nvidia probably would be a good idea. As to what's going on here. Did anybody see Sabine's videos? Sabine Hofstadter. I don't know. It was like, yeah, no, the old computer is sort of time to go anyway. So I think it was a 3080 in there. So now I have this 4090 This is just a computer I have literally under my, like, the one I've been using for 3 years. It's under my desk to my left, and the one I'm using for just got, like, I don't know, 6 months ago is under my desk to the right. And so I'm just going to use this one. She did a second video about quantum mechanics in general. Oh, that ETF is what's making D-Wave go up? Interesting. Yeah, I think Nvidia getting curious about quantum is obviously not good for a short position in quantum, but it also increases awareness of the space so that folks will realize, for example, that, like, obviously D-Wave is a scam and QUBT is, and then, you know, where exactly are Rigetti and IonQ competitively is another question. So I think it may create actual price discovery in our benefit, because people are like, oh, D-Wave's not even a real thing. This is not even a real, like, this is not even quantum. Just eating sunflower seeds, mostly. I don't know what market manipulation is. Market manipulation was when the price goes against me. Price discovery was when the things go my way. I have to download my brokerage software. No, Nvidia's going to invest in PsiQuantum. I don't think the information is reporting that by accident. CoreWeave looks expensive. It's a whole new PC, yeah. Bitcoin's like, you know, speculative, mostly. My old PC made this loud noise, and then it, I smelled smoke coming from it. Jesus Christ, so many questions. I was arguing with people in my chat last night about whether Destiny is intelligent or not. You guys know where I stand on that. I don't know why I'm bringing it up. I guess it's sort of stuck in my head. I first heard about Bitcoin when it was around $100. I thought it was ridiculous. Then I tried it and I started buying it when it was, what was it, 4,000 maybe? I recommended putting 1% of your portfolio in it. I don't think Destiny, I think Destiny would completely fail at like any reasonable task, like having a job or something. I also kind of want to refuse to call him Destiny. Just call him Steve. And well, the guy couldn't finish college. Yeah, exactly. I think he's just ADHD addled brain. Yeah, he's kind of a bitch. Bitch made, I think, is the way I would phrase it. It's BITCH made. Yeah, I think that's how you spell it. I could never be a yapper. Never. As a man yapping for a living, get the fuck out of here. Debate me, bro. Same thing with Ben Shapiro. I just can't respect dudes like that. Fight me, bro. Debate me, bro. Definitely, Tony. Ha! I know that I'm sure Ben is smart, but again, yapping for a living is. But Ben, at least Shapiro wrote a book, right? That's kind of a smart thing to do, right? It's not easy to write a book. So, he went to Harvard, as some of the smart people do, right? Somewhat smart. He may be 4 feet tall with an annoying voice, but at least he did that. At least he went to college. Not that college is like the mark of intelligence or something, but like you need some proof along the way that, you know, some kind of credential somewhere. Did you build a company? Did you invent something? Did you? I think Ben wrote a few books, right? I think getting into Harvard's still hard to do. So it's an accomplishment. You know, if you and vice versa, if you can't even finish college despite trying, Jesus, what kind of an idiot are you? I still think college makes some, you know, some relevance. I mean, there are people out there who just literally cannot sit and go through a curriculum at all. Like, could not do it if their life depended on it. They have so much ADHD, they just can't do it. Yeah. It's an accomplishment, you know. It's maybe not the world's biggest accomplishment going to Harvard, but it's an accomplishment. Yeah, it's discipline. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know, not the world's biggest accomplishment the world has ever seen, but some people just don't do school. To me, that that sounds like cope. I mean, what is school? Sitting down, reading, writing? Like you can't. What? I mean, yeah, some people don't do school. They're called mentally retarded. All right, I'm gonna get a coffee. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna continue losing money when we're back. Okay, let me get my cell phone too. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can get us some special guests. It'll be really interesting. There's no 30-day challenge. It's a permanent challenge. Did you make up a challenge? I can't. Do you want me to stop the stream and switch back? Positive press on D-Wave? Where? By who? Okay, I'm looking at Jazz. It's a major, somewhat of a major drug company. Yeah, Jar Jar. Schwab is, Schwab inadvertently preventing people from losing too much money. Look what you just wrote, Ryan. Forbes, Tip Ranks, and Motley Fool. Think about that, bro. Forbes, Tip Ranks, and Motley Fool. Nah, we're still short D-Wave. Are you crazy? Yeah, I don't know if that's why there's a rally or not. I wouldn't necessarily even assume that. I think there's a mix of things. I mean, there are a lot of shorts in this trade, getting tired of it. There's a lot of funds who have pretty specific mandates to have monthly performance reporting, for example. Certainly the Nvidia news that Nvidia is going to invest in PsiQuantum. Again, unclear. I can find out actually, but unclear if they're doing one of these deals, the Nvidia special. The Nvidia special. where they say, yeah, we want to invest 100 million, but you're going to buy 100 million of GPUs, right? Right? I know you're going to buy 100 million of GPUs with this 100 million we're giving you, right? Yeah, good. That's the Nvidia special. Oh, I'm down around 50%, maybe 55, 60% on D-Wave. But you got to consider we've done this rodeo twice with D-Wave before. So, oh yeah, I spent a lot of time on in my Discord on the downgrade. So I have a lot to say about the downgrade. I think it's a really bad thing. You know, I actually did this thing, and I'll upload it to GitHub. Let me see if I can find it. I have my old hard drive kind of like wired. Here's the E drive. The administrative privileges. Cringe. Okay, let me try it like this. Could have sworn. Gotta get that admin. Where did I put it? I did a whole balance sheet. Huh. What's up, Bagahandro? You're back. What's up, man? So I was looking at the U.S. balance sheet and U.S. income statement, and I actually made this little game. This file cannot be accessed by the system. What the fuck? Oh, these are N files. So how that looks for that. I made this little game where I don't know if you guys would like this, and I doubt this is worth my time to do, but I made the scaffold of a game. I don't even have NPM installed. I'm screwed here. Oops, I pressed Control Z. I did not want to do that. That shouldn't do anything though. Hopefully. Bagajandro, baggy bags. Bagajandro. Do. No, this is a brand new install. Like, I don't have anything. Doesn't add it to path? Unbelievable. We need quantum to cool down like it's a thermal, like we got a dilution refrigerator. Oh yeah, it copies N files. Alejandro. I heard quantum computing is the future. I want some quantum stocks. I'm going to unleash the power of quantum mechanics to do computation. Nerd. Why do I like quantum? I read about it. This one time. It's the next Nvidia. Investing is easy. I just read the Motley Fool. I read the message boards. Wall Street Bets. I read all the good stuff. I read the Wall Street Bets. When I'm done with that, I read Yahoo Finance. Well, I do all my research. Then I read Michael Burry's 13F. Nerd. Then I call my dentist. He's always got the best picks. Is it a literal skyrocket? Has anyone seen a skyrocket? What is a skyrocket? Which part of Quantum Corp, the tape drive company, is skyrocketing? Where's the skyrocket? And what is a skyrocket? Where's this? Can you point to the skyrocket? Seems like this rocket crashed. I think this is what's going to happen to D-Wave and QUBT, because like QUBT is pretty similar to QMCO. I can't believe this thing was $70. Can you believe it? Tape drive? Tape drives? 1 minute candles? The fuck? Man, it's a tape drive company, man. Lay's was good too. Lay's is almost $3 again. We might get a second crack at Lay's. The baggies want to pay us. They want to give us their money. The question is, can we be patient enough to take it? Or will we panic and become baggies too? That is the question, gentlemen. That is the question. No, tape drives are real. I got the bag holder blues. Great, V. Welcome aboard. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin at this price. I don't think there's even Linux. I don't think there's Excel on Linux. I think any stock could move to any price. Right? There's no limit. There's no program that says stop. This stock cannot go to this price. So theoretically, any stock could go to any price. Hey, bro, I don't talk about my personal life, bro, okay? That's me time, okay, bro? But since you asked, I had a lovely weekend with wifey. Alejandro. I read an article once and made all my decisions based on that. Alejandro, I have a normie job. but I want to be an investor. Matt G. Cruising for a bruising, bruh. You little baggy. Don't make me come down and get the ban button on your ass, you little baggy. It's the new Bagajandro. Okay, there, I found the file. Look at that. Look at that. I actually still know how to use a shell. A Windows-based shell, nonetheless. I'm trying to... I got this file. Complex analysis, an introduction to theory of functional. Okay. United States.xlsx. Okay. That was funny. Okay. That took forever. There we go. Okay, so anyway, about the downgrade, the debt downgrade, I finally have the file I made. Here it is. Okay, so take a look at this. This is the 2024 financial statement of the United States of America. That's right. You guys know I'm the financial statements GOAT. So I made a financial statement for America. America. Matt, listen. A bag holder is really a state of mind and a personality. It's not whether your P&L is up or down. Every trader's P&L is up and down. It's really how do you come to make your investment decisions. And you, my friend, are the bag holder. Because everyone's dumping their bags of quantum bullshit on you. And you are one of millions of morons who are gladly receiving it. Like this. Ah, please shit on me more, yes. It's wonderful. I love this crap. All right. So, this is a model of the United States. Most of you don't know this, I would say. Oh, Computex is this week. Nice. AI bubble, man. We're in an AI bubble. Even an AI bubble that affects the stock market? Maybe. Okay, so individual taxes represent 80%. Okay? 80% of the revenue that the US collects. So corporate tax is only, is that unbelievable? 10% of revenue? 10% of revenue? The US government is like a business. It has revenue and it has costs. And at the end, it should have a profit or a loss, right? No different. It's no different. So this is 4.978 trillion, or 4,978 billion, which is 4.978 trillion, right? And where does that revenue come from? Just like we model drugs or iPhones or whatever, it's coming from individual taxes that are roughly 4.1 trillion. Okay? And this means that for every man, woman, and child in the US, everyone's paying $12,000. Every man, woman, and child, $12,000 each in taxes. So I just divided by 340 million. Corporate profits I guesstimated around 4 trillion a year. So the corporate tax rate's 35%, but it seems like we're collecting around 12%. So we'd actually, if we could enforce even a 15% tax rate, we'd actually be collecting more. The corporations tend to dodge the taxes. But you can't tax the corporations too much because it'll still end up in the individual taxes too. It kind of doesn't matter what level you tax. It's still going to all end up hurting you to make a difference. It's all the same, in my opinion. So here's tariffs and excise and stuff like that. There's no taxes, really not much revenue coming here. And I think this is probably what Trump did, is he looked at this and he said, what about this? You know, he doesn't use Excel, but he probably got it printed out. He said, what about this? Customs, what's that? Sir, that's tariffs. We put the tariffs. I like that. I like that word. Why is it 76? Can't we make it 760? So everyone's looking around like, well, maybe we can. Well, we can make 760. Make that number bigger. Okay? You, Indian guy, you do some research. You look like you can do the research. Indian's guy, like, I did the research. William McKinley once raised tariff. See? Do the McKinley. Next. And that's how Trump came to the decision to do tariffs. And true story. And so here's so that's basically it. You know, that's the revenue side. Here's the cost side. This is really interesting too. So HHS is Human Health Services. HHS actually has a few subdivisions. CMS, which is Medicare, Medicaid, NIH, FDA, etc. So I think you can cut this cost in half. My buddy Quest says you can cut it 6%, but he's a crazy Canadian liberal. Social Security is 1.5 trillion. DOD, no, so my friend Quest said, how do you raise revenue? I lowered revenue. And I tried to explain to him that that revenue collected follows the Laffer curve. So it's sort of this upside down U. So if you have 0% tax rate, this is dollars collected on the Y scale, right? So if you have a 0% tax rate, you don't collect anything, right? But also, if you have a 100% tax rate, you don't collect anything. Nobody works. There's no point, right? Why would you do hard labor if all of it's going to the government? I'm not working. And so the ideal tax rate is somewhere in here. We don't know where it is, actually. We don't know what the maxima of this is. It could be here at 20%. It could be here at 60%. But make no mistake, as you raise the taxes, people avoid the taxes. So your net dollars collected will start to go down after some point of no return. The question is, what is that point? So when taxes were 40% under Obama, you guys may remember, Allergan became an Irish company. I don't know if you guys remember this. And they tried to take Pfizer with them. Pfizer's a New York company for 150 years. And Pfizer was going to reverse merge into Allergan to stop paying taxes. So when you put taxes up high enough, companies do shit like this. They say, you know what? I'm a multinational company. I don't have any fucking allegiance to the United States. I have allegiance to my stockholders who pay my bonus. You think I give a fuck about a United States of America? I'm out of here. Give me to Ireland. And then you have Apple, where you could have an Irish company, okay, within another Irish company, and you guys might not know this, but this is called Double Irish. Double Irish. And double Dutch, which, used to be a jump rope game when I was a kid. No, at 100, people stop working for taxes. Let me explain very clearly, Mr. Pep, because everybody, people avoid taxes. I don't know if you know this. There's one publicly traded company I follow my whole career really, really, really closely called Amgen, okay? Some call it Scamgen. When I'm mad at it, it's Scamgen. But Amgen, great company, American biotech heroes, right? You know how many people work in Amgen on the tax department? So people may not stop working, but they stop paying. Do you know how many people stop? Do you know how many tax people? Thanks, Cardist. I've done some things in life. So I'll show you a bunch of tax stuff in a second. Amgen has 1,000 people in tax. That is more than they have chemists. Okay? These people sit there all day and try to figure out how to not pay taxes. I'm not picking on Amgen. Every company's this way. The whole finance department, they're sitting there trying to figure out how do I get the lowest tax rate I can without making it too low. In fact, if they wanted to, they can make the taxes they pay zero. But they don't, because they know that Bernie Sanders would be on that ass. Let me show you something. All right? Let me show you some crazy shit. You might not know this. This is, I don't know, this is more or less the United States of America as far as I know. Basically, this is New York. This is California. This is Texas. This is Florida. That's about it, okay? That's the map of the United States, according to Martin Shkreli. Okay, now here's Europe. This thing is the United Kingdom. I don't know, this fucking thing is Europe. Ireland is here. Switzerland is here somewhere. The Netherlands is here. You got your 3 crackhead Scandinavian countries here. And this is Russia. Okay, so that's basically the way I see things, all right? So I set up a Swiss company. And here, let me show you how tax transfer pricing works, okay? Let's say, you know what, you're a smart aleck, you're a liberal. You say, I'm going to raise taxes, U.S. corporate taxes will be 85%. It's going to be awesome. Okay, well, cool. Here's how it works before. This was under the 35% tax plan, okay? My drug company says $1 billion of drugs in the U.S. That's my revenue. But here's the thing. I'm going to make the drug in my Swiss company, okay? And so I want to show you my Swiss. This is 2025. Okay, so my Swiss, by the way, my Swiss tax rate is close to 0%. But here's my revenue. What's my revenue, guys? What's my revenue for the drug company? Well, I know my cost of goods sold, okay? That's 50 million. It cost me 50 million to make the drug. It doesn't even matter where I made the drug, by the way. Okay? But I'm going to sell the drug I made to my United States subsidiary. Maybe it's my LLC. Okay, the LLC is going to buy the drug from my AG. Angeschloft. I don't even know what the word is. Like Angelschaft, something like that. Some German shit. And I'm going to sell the drug to my own company. Okay? This is called transfer pricing. Intercompany transaction. And I'm going to sell it for $600 million. What I made for 500. Okay. So now it's my revenue here.
Well, I told you I'm going to sell the drug in the market for $1 billion, right? But what's my cost of goods sold? Cost of goods sold. Well, when I do my tax form, my cost of goods sold is not the 50 that it actually cost me to make the drug. What is it? What is it? It's the 600. It's the 600 that I paid the company subsidiary for. So my actual gross profit here is 400. Okay? And so now I have my SG&A, just my business costs, my research, all this stuff. I'll put that down as 300. So now I have my pre-tax income. It's 100 million. So what's my taxes? Well, under this regime, it's 35%. So my taxes are 35%. What's my net income? 65 million. So I'm paying the good old US of A 35 million bones in taxes. Makes me a decent sized taxpayer, to be honest. So $35 million to IRS. But over here, my gross profit is 550. It cost me about $5 million to keep a Swiss office open, if that. So my pre-tax is 545. I'll throw the Swiss government a bone and pay, 6% taxes. So my net income here is 515 million. My net income there is 65. Why? Because the taxes are 65 here and 6% here. All right, let's say the smart aleck liberal AOC says, let me give it an 85% tax rate. We're going to really stick it to these corporations. Cool, except this time I'm going to throw 700 instead of the 600 because I don't like you, AOC. So my gross profit ends up being 300. My SG&A is 300. My taxable income, pre-tax income, is 0. I broke even. So what do I pay in taxes? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And if I changed my mind and I kept it the same, the tax dollars I pay the US would go from 35 million to 85 million. Big whoop. I'm still making the 500 plus million in my offshore subsidiary. So this is how multinational companies avoid taxes. It doesn't matter what you put your corporate tax at. I'm going to pay what I want to pay, not what you ask. Why? Because I have a web of gigantic offshore companies. Apple does double Irish, double Dutch. I can put my patents in certain countries. You ever notice that? Companies put their patents in other places. I don't need to follow American law only. I operate in every country in the world. Why would I just follow American law? So the way you raise taxes, paradoxically, is to lower this rate. Do a 15% tax rate or a 20% tax rate, guess what happens? Doing all this bullshit is a pain in the ass. But every big company does it. So it's a lot easier to say, you know what? Just give me a 15% US tax. I won't even think about Switzerland or Ireland or Netherlands. What's the point? But in reality, this is the way it looks. It just creates a lot of waste too, because those 1,000 people at Amgen and the 2,000 people at Pfizer and the probably 10,000 people at Apple in the tax department all are figuring out how to avoid and get every dollar, out of the system that they can. And, however smart the DC politicians are, they're 1,000 times smarter. And I think that, unless you want to challenge the sovereignty of Ireland or Netherlands or the Caymans or every other country, what's interesting is Ireland has a 15% tax rate, but that's why you do the double Irish to get to 0. There's a company I know that literally paid negative taxes. Major S&P company, S&P 500. But you get that double Irish. Swiss is nice because you don't have to do any of the double tricks and you pay a low tax rate. And you need to do business.
in the EU, right? Somehow. So raising the tax rate to 85%, I explained to my friend Quest, that would actually hurt tax collection. You would actually lower tax collection. You can Google all the stuff to see what the double Irish is, but it's an Irish company within an Irish company. It's an Irish company that owns another Irish company. Tariffs are a partial solution. They're a partial solution to the problem, yes. Possibly. But tariffs have a lot of unintended consequences, too. And there's so many more tricks. Like I said, you can have something called a patent box, and there's all kinds of things that you could do to avoid taxes. I mean, it's not hard when you have 1,000 people. But I think that you know, the systems that are in place to avoid taxes are just, you know, staggering. And the pressure the US will put on Ireland or other countries to stop it from happening, well, they can't tell a country how much taxes to have, you know, they're going to have. Yeah, of course we. Yeah, when they did the repatriation, there's a lot of ways to repatriate, but Trump just allowed repatriation without penalties. Yeah, there's all kinds of taxes you could do. The problem is every tax you add on corporations, it ultimately, to me, this is fungible. So whether you tax the corporate level or the individual level, it's all, you know, at the end of the day, it's all going to the same pocket. So there's not much you can do to raise taxes. That's why I disagreed with Quest. I don't think it'd be easy to add. He added a wealth tax, like a billionaire tax, but I don't think you could raise $1 trillion from billionaires every year. It doesn't make any sense. They'd run out of money. You'd wipe out most of the Forbes list in 1 year, and you'd wipe out the top of the Forbes list in 1 year, and then the entire Forbes list the next year, and then you have no billionaires left. And pretty soon you're in communist Russia. Down 60. Down 60. What? IonQ's down 3%. Sarepta's up. Oh, what you're looking at? Every company does it, Draco. Every single company. Meta used to not do it, interestingly. Meta basically only had US revenue, but they shifted and did it. It's fungible to me, but you know, you can certainly look at the finer details, no doubt about it. So in any event, let's go back to the budget. So we've got SSA with Social Security, DOD. So these are the three $1 trillion budgets. HHS is almost $2 trillion. SSA, 1.5 trillion. DOD, 1.2 trillion. And the fourth biggest is our own interest on our own debt. Now, conceptually, you could retire this with a zero coupon printing of money or whatever. So, like this part of the budget, you can monetize this, right? It's like you could order the Fed to buy every dollar of debt we have with a $27 trillion token. So it's not, you know, that's not the end of the world like people make it out to be. Now you have the VA, that's Veterans Affairs. Treasury, which is 200. Agriculture, OPM, Education, Transportation, DHS, Energy, Security Assistance, whatever that is.
DOJ, HUD, Labor, State, Interior, NASA, FCC, Commerce, Railroad, EPA, Post Office, Pension Benefit Guarantee, NSF, and, of course, the Smithsonian. We need the Smithsonian. We can't get rid of it. So you have 1.5 trillion of basically what I would call bullshit. So you add this up with this, you have 7.4 trillion, which is a negative 2.4 billion shortfall, and that gets tacked to the debt. Right? This just gets tacked on to the debt. So how do we get to shrink the budget? Well, let's do this ourselves. We can do the stream. All right. Individual taxes. What do you guys think? How much can we collect in individual taxes? Let's do a quick poll. I'm sorry we're taking away from the stocks, but you know this will be fun. So we can do less taxes. We could do the same amount of taxes, which is 4.1 trillion, 4.1 billion. We could add 500, or we could add 500. So you can vote. How much individual taxes do you want? Make your vote. You get to decide the budget. How much is best? Remember, we got to balance this thing at the end of the fucking day, so. Okay, I'm going to close the voting soon, so make sure you get your vote in. And then we're going to talk about corporate tax. Let's see how we can do that one too. Okay, looks like we're going to do 3,500. Target. We're going to try to target 3,500 individual taxes. We know that that's not always going to work that great, right? And don't just follow what I do. Vote what do you think? Let's do another one. Let's do corporate tax. So right now it's 535. So let's do 250, 500. We're going to skew it to the high side because we need to raise our revenue ideally. So what should we do in corporate tax? Vote now. Somebody wants to lower corporate tax. That seems like we could be going backwards. What's funny is Trump has talked about eliminating the taxes, which you think about how crazy that is. Imagine the bulk of the government's revenue disappearing. Fuck it, let's go. Eliminate it. What? Eliminate it? I don't need this revenue. Sir. We need the revenue, sir. No, we don't. Fuck it. Eliminate it. Get rid of it, I told them. They said, sir, don't get rid of it. We need it. Don't get rid of it. I said, get rid of it. Get rid of it anyway. Okay. And now we're going to just do the other, which is roughly 450 million. So we could reduce it to 250, keep it the same, or this is the tariff bonanza. So I'm going to allow you to have some bigger options here. We can go crazy on tariffs and get that up to 2 billion. Okay, so you guys want to do tariffs and try to get it to 2 billion, but there are problems with tariffs. So, but that's the stream's plan is go with Trump, go with the tariffs. China. Yeah, the Nvidia deal is interesting. We don't know if they're making Cyclone buy GPUs, which they typically sort of do in these deals. Okay, the stream's kind of split on tariffs, which is interesting. Okay, now we have HHS. So HHS is 1.7 trillion, which is kind of, absolutely crazy. So we can cut that in half, which would be 1850.
we can kind of cut it halfway between those two prices, I guess, which would be like, what, 1,200? We can keep it the same. We can do a small cut or keep it the same. I don't think we can increase it, right? Right, chat? So I'm not even going to let us increase it. The best you could do is cut. Is how much cutting can you do? Remember, these are people's health we're talking about. All right? You want to cut it to the bone? These are poor and elderly people. They need their health care. On the flip side, there's a lot of waste and fraud in Medicaid and Medicare. There's also the NIH and the FDA. Why not 0? I like you, Kev. Fuck it. Set it to 0. Somebody else's problem. I'm rich. Okay, stream says 1,200. Social Security. So this is a tough one. Like, I don't know if it's legal to cut Social Security, but let's see. What do you guys think? Can you even cut it? Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Your Social Security is way too high. You need to cut it. Okay, this is Social Security. You guys just want to cut Social Security. You just say, fuck it. That's what you think is cool. You say, you know what? It's over for Social Security. It's over. Guess what? It was a Ponzi. And you're the victim. It's done. You're not getting anything. It's over. All the money you paid in, it's over. We lied. We lied. It's over. Sorry. Some people want to keep it flat. Half of you want to keep it flat. Oh shit, it's died. Keep Social Security flat or cut it to the bone. Old people are rich anyway. Cut it to the bone. Some old people are not. They need this, right? It's neck and neck. Yeah, they can't riot. What are they going to do? They're going to vote. That's what they're going to do. Oh, cut my Social Security. Here, cut my Social Security. Omaha, we're going to have a problem. Yeah, bust that ass. Okay, fine. You guys want to keep Social Security flat. Cool. Cool. You know what? Let's see how that goes. DOD, 1.2 trillion. Do we defend ourselves? Just, you know, if you lower it too much, maybe China shows up. You have 3 options. Deep cut, small cut, keep it the same, or grow it. My girlfriend said, let's grow it and take China's money. I said, whoa! Based! Based alert! We renamed it from Department of Defense to the Department of Attack. That's what we do. It's the lethal department. Okay, so you guys want to do 600. All right, no, wait. We're back to a dead heat here. This is the most diverse group of answers I've seen. It's all 3 are roughly tied. Okay, deep cut is the vote, deep cut. But many, many people wanted no cut or an increase. So let's do deep cut. Okay. interest on the debt is what it is. But now I'm just going to lump the rest, VA and all this stuff, into one. Okay, so this is an unbelievable number of 2 trillion and all this miscellaneous bullshit. So I think we all want to cut the miscellaneous bullshit. The question is how much. So it's 2 trillion right now. So 2 trillion would be keeping it flat. And the question is how much miscellaneous bullshit is there? So this is Treasury, agriculture, OPM, education, transportation, DHS, energy, DOJ, HUD, labor. But VA is the biggest. VA is Veterans Affairs. Okay, so if we did 500, oh, you guys had the best balance, the best proposal here. But the problem is, I don't know how you, just VA is 500. So you were basically advocating for no Treasury Department, no Agriculture Department, no OPM Department, no Education Department, no Transportation, DHS, which is Homeland Security, by the way, Energy, Security Assistance, DOJ, which pays for the FBI and the Bureau of Prisons, so no prisons, HUD, Labor, State Department, so no diplomats, Interior, no NASA anymore, no FCC, no Commerce, no Railroad, Post Office is fucking gone, the Smithsonian's closed down. That's what you want to do? That's what you want to do? That's not serious. Come on. You can't be serious. Let's bump that to a trillion. You know, come on. You can't do that. How are you going to do all that? You can't do all that. How are you going to leave it to the private sector? The Treasury Department is the IRS. You cannot collect the taxes and the tariffs without people to do, you know, there's going to be somebody to administer the tariffs. You can't just cut that. So I'll say you can cut Treasury by 50%. Okay, how do you want to cut the VA, but you're also increasing DOD? Or you're not increasing DOD actually, but let's cut the DOD. Okay. Agriculture, I agree with this. So this could be a 0. We don't fucking need agriculture, do we? Get the hell out of here. OPM is kind of like government budgeting and government bureaucracy, so we can cut that. Education department is 0. We don't need it. Transportation is tricky because you do need highways and stuff. DHS is tricky because, you know, you probably do need somebody there. Energy, you don't need at all. I agree with that. I don't know what that is, so it's a 0 now. DOJ, cut in half. HUD, the fuck is HUD? Cut that shit. Labor, cut that shit. State, probably need some State Department. Interior, cut that shit. NASA, keep it the same. FCC, you don't need no fucking FCC, man. Okay, maybe we need like just someone to manage the spectrum. Commerce, Railroad, EPA is a 0. Post Office is 0. National Science Foundation. Okay, so you guys actually have a decent proposal. That's the wisdom of crowds, right? My plan is somewhat similar. I cut spending more and cut revenue more. Now, the problem is you guys are getting this magic 2 trillion from tariffs. So without the 2 trillion from tariffs, this is a negative budget. So where does this 2 trillion of tariffs come from? How does that work? How's that going to work? Okay, so let's see. So China
wants our goods, so they got to pay. Okay, so when they sell us their goods, they got to pay tariffs. So prices on our goods go up as a result, right? So our individual income goes down. So wouldn't that hurt the taxes? Wouldn't that just make the taxes go down? Because we'd have less income? Sounds like you guys pulled $2 trillion out of your ass. I mean, if you raise the tariffs, the Chinese start to back off and everybody else says, we don't want to sell products to America. But you do increase domestic production, right? So you're going to probably boost these a little bit while also offsetting them. It's possible. We should try it. A little bit, at least. But if you're wrong, it's a big price to pay. But this is nice because, I mean, the budget gets paid off actually in our lifetime. We could at least cut some bitch in half in the next 10 years, theoretically. So I like this plan. Now, can you actually cut? Talking about cutting expenses of the government by more than 2/3. Talking about cutting Medicare by 1/3. Talking about cutting defense in half. That doesn't sound very realistic to me. More realistic is you can cut defense by 5%. You've got healthcare by 5%. And you can cut these other things by 20%. Guess what happens now? Deficit keeps growing up. It's not balanced, even with 2 extra trillion. 2 trillion extra, you still can't get it balanced. There's no obvious way to do it, but that spreadsheet will be in my GitHub. Oh, scripts are disabled in this system. Oh my god. I have to adjust this. So you see the problems. Okay, so I made a game.
You guys will find this funny. So basically, the game is an economy simulator. So you basically have to run the US economy. And the game ends when, well, the US economy fails or the country is taken over or whatever. So you can see you can adjust sort of tax rates, capital gains. I made income tax for poor people and rich people. Oops. When you click one of these, yeah, there we go. You can adjust the Navy, Army, Air Force, other budgets. And on the upper right corner, you see the time is ticking by. Every second is an hour. And I'm going to put some more intricate gameplay on this. But yeah, you got your revenue here and your costs here. And kind of like Civilization, there's different tabs, like population's going up as we speak, employment, unemployment, etc. You've got different diplomatic relationships, the economy, you got your companies, culture, politics, science, there's a tech tree, quantum's on the tech tree. So over time, you know, your choices will sort of affect the game. So if your taxes are too high, people, you know, of course you'll have the adverse impact. People will cool off. You know, you'll have that Laffer curve problem, but you also have social unrest and things like that. So pretty much there's no way to win the game. But what's Democracy 3? I didn't know it. Yeah, you'll see it. It's kind of a cool game. I don't have the time to play it, but to make it, but it's a fun idea at least. There's a lot of fun ways to. It's a lot of fun mechanics, which I won't talk about some of the mechanical ideas I have, which are kind of unique. But that's the, like, all this stuff is just one system, right? It's a much more detailed Civ. Much more detailed. Okay, let's get to work. Not time for all that. Well, you'll see. Yeah, there'll be constituents and voters and all that stuff. It's kind of a funny system. Probably can't run on D-Wave. For PC, Mac, Xbox, and D-Wave. I don't think I'm going to build it. I don't have time. Yeah, I have an idea on how to make the game more interesting that nobody's thought of. Or certainly nobody's done yet. D-Wave can only do, you know, lowest energy system of a system. Shake, we don't know anything about it. They've never sold one of those machines. The whole thing is fugazi. D-Wave's just had a lot of momentum. Maybe Jazz should buy Dawn. Right. A good example is Dwarf Fortress. A game that's so complicated. Sabine's video on quantum being bullshit is the current understanding of quantum mechanics being bullshit is pretty good. I doubt it, Bardo. Maybe a privately held company. I'll look at it, dude. It uses a neural network, that's funny. I like that WT. I like that idea a lot, actually. I don't know, Michael, is it helping other companies? Quantum Bitcoin? Lays type moves? You know Lays would do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so what's going to be the NPV of Jazz? So you guys might not appreciate this, but Xyrem is the GHB, which is often called the date rape drug. So they sell this for medical reasons, for narcolepsy and hypersomnia. A little bizarre, right? It's very tough to get a prescription. You know, it's very controlled how much dose they give you because it's obviously very dangerous. Yeah, I don't think GHB is the magic bullet for narcolepsy, but it's certainly better than nothing, from what I understand. Well, I mean, you know, a lot of these drugs have a reputation. Well, selling shares for Bitcoin works while Bitcoin's going up. When Bitcoin's going down, you're going to look like an idiot. So if Bitcoin ever goes down, these companies sort of have this issue, right? What do we do? QE causes inflation, yes. Jazz has had a bit of a rough go. I'm not really sure how they make their guidance, to be honest, but yeah, I don't see it. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Maybe the new drug they're buying? Dordaviprone? But I don't see how that sells very much either. That's like Dawn's drug. Jazz is very well run. The management team is quite good. I like them a lot. I don't think Xywave is going to keep growing though. In fact, Xywave is going to have probably have some kind of weird generic event at some point. Jazz is tough to beat. It's a really well-run company. I like it. It's been a dog of a stock, but we might be able to get a triple out of this thing. A rough period of time to own it. It's been just consolidating, so to speak, for 10 years. The chart's been the same price, but the company's made a lot of progress. I think we have to dig into Xyrem a little bit more, but I like it. I've always liked these guys. I have a soft spot for them. They're nice dudes. So Jazz, J-A-Z-Z, if you're looking for long, this is a good idea, possibly. Okay, looks like D-Wave's calming its ass down. Damn, that was crazy. Hey. Yes, you can do it either way. Anonymous doesn't make a difference. I like to do it for the illustration purposes. But yeah, maybe I'll try that from now on. It's a good point. Imagine you got me to change the way I've been doing models for a decade. That would be quite the accomplishment. I think I probably have some old models where I did do it that way. It always felt a little weird to me to just add this lump sum for terminal value. It almost makes it feel realer to like see that, okay, yeah, the company's gonna have this like falling off period. If any of you guys study Demoderan, which I highly recommend you do, if you want to really learn valuation, of course you study me first, but you can study Demoderan too. I won't get mad. I won't get mad. I'll get even. Wait, what? What the hell is this? Yeah, I mean, of course I know the formulas. Go to godelterminal.com and use the same software I use. Okay, so we've updated Jazz a little bit. I like it. Aswath Damodaran, he is a professor of finance at NYU. He is quite good at theoretical valuation questions. He's of course not as good as me because I've actually done it, been there, done it, and I'm a real investor. But, you know, for an academic, he's not so bad. I like him. Yeah, so 150% upside in Jazz. Quite possibly one of the cheapest large caps. I should probably grab the... Let me see if I could do something here. My computer blew up last night. It literally started smoking. It made this hard click sound, click, and then just started. I smelled a little electric burn in the air. I got to download Cursor too. Yeah, should I get a new power supply or is it just I just move on? I think move on. Yeah, I got the hard drive. It's a solid state hard drive, so no clicking. That'd be weird. Yeah, I think so, Anna. Okay, so we got VS Code. Nah, I mean, how long are these computers supposed to last anyway, right? We made a Blab clone. You like Blab? Instagram does it now too, right? I don't think there's a... I don't know Strangeworks too well. I've heard of it. I don't know who Whirly is. I need my food. Alright, focus, Scrolly, focus.
So yeah, Jazz is my long idea. I hope you guys buy it and make a lot of money. But I still have to do a little more research on it, but I like it. Last I remember, Xyrem's got more or less gone, but Xywave, the replacement for Xyrem, that's kind of the... Okay, so he's prepping E4. Do I care? Maybe I'll harden this. Okay. I'd love to give him a bad bishop. This is a pretty interesting situation here. Okay. No problem. This knight would make a lot of trouble for him on d5. This is tricky. Let's see what he wants to do. I don't want to give away this bishop. It's a really strong bishop. His bishop isn't that strong. This knight wants to live here, or maybe here. But the problem is, I don't want to trade off my really nice bishop for a trash bishop. I could play something clever. I feel like maybe ultimately I have to play this anyway. Okay. He's going to let my knight live there for a minute. That's great. Obviously protected the fork, but I'm more interested in this knight kind of radiating across the board pretty vibrantly. But how do I take advantage of this, though, is the question. I can move the bishop and play c5, which I'm not sure it accomplishes that much. Opening a c file for me wouldn't be so bad. Can this knight come here as an alternative? I don't know, but I like this now. He should have traded that shit bishop off. I mean, that bishop is useless. Should I take with the queen? I don't think so. He just created a bit of a hole in this camp for no reason, I think. Oh, fuck, I missed this. How, Sway? Oh my god, what a disaster. Well, it's not GG.
But it is a good central pawn gone. Well, my pieces are pretty nailed down, so not much he can do. I could get the rook to pretty annoying. For some reason I like this move. My queen is the worst placed piece on the board at the moment, so I have to improve the queen. Question is how? Maybe I have to do this. Rook has to go back to f1. Did I really accomplish anything? Keeps him pretty passive with it, I guess. He can play... He has to play rook f1. Whoa! Guess he doesn't. That's a big... No, not a big blunder. That's a good move, actually. Well, it kind of really limits his... Yeah, I don't know if that's a good move on his part, actually. That might be a terrible move on his part, because look at his bishop. Oh shit, my feet's here. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. What does he want to do? I don't know if I'm ready for this. Take. Oh, I'm down to a minute? Okay. Maybe I should. Just because of the minute. I want to keep him locked in. This bishop is the bishop from hell, right? Oh my god, he wants to make his bishop even worse. I love it. Okay. The fuck? I can actually take the discovered attack too, because where is this bishop going? Literally nowhere. Okay. This is a little more dangerous. Maybe it wasn't wise. Possibly wasn't wise. There's still not much you could do. Okay. Oh no! Fuck! Fuck! 18 seconds. Big blunder. No way he missed it! Ah! Your rating should be 0. Fucking 0. You trash monkey. Oh, fuck. Damn it. No time. I don't want to trade. I didn't even want to trade this. I suck. It was that, it was getting breakfast that cost me my 6 rating points. Oh well. Alright, we can get back to stocks. Sorry. Quick break. Alright, D-Wave's only up 2%. Sarepta's up 2%. And INQ is down 3%. So, not bad. We'll take it. Of course, QUBT is down 9%. And Rigetti's down 2%. So, we'll take that too. Lichess is about 200-300 points inflated. I'd say 300. I wouldn't say 700. I have a UCSF score. Come on. Yeah, I've seen. Of course, I know PTC. Yeah, I could live without UNH's rebound. Of course I would have, if I could see the rebound, I would have been happy. But I didn't think we'd get a quick rebound on UNH. Yeah, chess.com is pretty solid. Yeah, I didn't see the Regeneron deal. I'm sure it doesn't make much of a difference. $256 million, not bad. Do they? Does the equity holders gonna get paid anything? No, I'm not done, Michael. I just had to, my computer blew up yesterday. So I'm going to reinstall Thinkorswim and then log in. I've had to reinstall everything. Node. No, my computer blew up last night, so I'm on a different computer, which is why it probably looks a little different and the resolution's a little different. Can't do much with a quantum computer. I would buy one. Let's see if I can get in the Thinkorswim. Have an installer. Let me install it. The hell? One tornation. It kind of depends on what you've done previously in your career. I mean, plenty of people can get to hedge funds, but they usually had to do something significant prior in their career. Like if you're a serious computer programmer, you can certainly make the move to hedge funds. But it is a little, I mean, if you're in private equity, if you're in venture capital, if you're in the corporate world, like there's moves you can make. But if, I mean, it all depends on what you did before. Yeah, I mean, it's possible, V. Anything's possible.
Okay, so this does work. So we're up to starting to move a little bit. Yeah, market will be a little bit more rational with time. And Nvidia is the presentation at Computex is done. Computex is a big deal. Okay, let's see here. This is on YouTube. Computex. Microsoft Build. Oh wow.
And looking forward to even how they deploy it. So
look at this. This is fake.
For briefly joining us today, and we're really excited about working with you and getting this into
Is it
developers'
fake?
hands.
No.
Thank you very much, and I can't emphasize enough that we're looking for feedback from you, the developer audience. Tell us what you want, and we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Person homework, okay? You know we're getting person homework, okay? You know we're getting homework. You know what it is too. Go to the demo theater right across tomorrow, Tuesday, to see these demos live. You are not going to want to miss seeing these demos live. It's real live running code, no fluff, okay? So who's going to do it? All of you, that's right. And those of you online at home, you're going to be able to check them out on demand. Okay, so all the demos are off the charts cool, and honestly, all three teams are winners. Both of the runners-up are going to receive $25,000, and, of course, our world champion is going to go home with $100,000 plus a mentorship session with, yes, Microsoft Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella. Pretty excited about that mentor, yeah?
A
Not bad.
mentorship session.
Okay.
The winners are extremely multicultural.
Woo! Yeah. Okay, so stakes are here, and Annie, I think, is ready to tell us who the winner is.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, you ready? All right, here we go.
Everyone ready?
Ready? Let's go. Let's go. Let's do it.
All right.
Okay.
2025 world champion is Argus from the United States.
Oh, all right. Chinese and Indian Chads win again.
Come on over here. Yep. Perfect.
First time he's touched a woman, ladies and gentlemen. Hugging the host. Yeah. Yeah. Look at these Chads. What the hell is this muscle here? Look at this guy. You see this? This guy's got twice the arm I do.
Congratulations. They're like, can we put this down now? I know, it's heavy, it's heavy. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Make sure to see their demos. And everyone, guess what? It's time for the keynote. Thank you all.
I gotta hire these guys. Let's see how I hire. Look at these kids. Hair match. Personalized mobile app for women with textured hair. Bruh. 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 Sign versus bridges communication gaps for the deaf community. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Congratulations. All right, what are the kids' names? I'm trying to... Argus? AI wearable assistant. Gay? Daniel Kim? Man, how the fuck am I supposed to find Daniel Kim? Stanford. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Daniel Kim. Is this him? I don't think this is him, but I think I want to hire him anyway. Daniel Kim, Stanford. Might be easier to find Arjun. Arjun Oberoi. Was this his dad? I ain't going with the no runners up, bro. Fuck out of here. I'll go on LinkedIn. Oh, this is definitely him. This is definitely him. Oh, he's got the solar. What the fuck is the solar car? Crazy ass solar car. He's a robotics guy? I ain't trying to do no robotics, man. He should go work at SpaceX or something. Man, there's 600 Daniel Kims at Stanford, bro. I mean, this is him right here. Yeah, he's a beast. He did the solar car. These aren't software guys. I gotta go hang out at in the Stanford memes department on Facebook.
I started to really like programming, a programmer, make the world.
Users, GitHub has 150 million users. A GitHub Copilot, in fact, has been used by more than 15 million developers. It's an autonomous agent for site reliability engineering, or SRE. Right? I mean, think about one of the biggest pain points for any of us, right? Getting woken up in the middle of the night to deal with a life site issue. Take a pager duty, memory leak issue called empowerment. Developer experience. Have developers stay in the flow.
Oh shit!
Thrilled to have Sam Altman join us virtually. Welcome, Sam, to Bill.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hey. Yo, One of the things I know you've thought a lot about, all these various form factors that developers use for software engineering. Of course, you did the CLI, and now, last week you did the coding agent. You want to talk a little bit, Sam, as sort of the vision you have for how software engineering evolves, and actually how developers will use all these various form factors together.
Yeah, so Satya, you and I have been talking about this for a long time. In fact, the very first version of Codex, I think it was all the way back to 2021, one of the very first things we did together in GitHub. And we've been talking about how someday we'd get to like a real agentic coding experience. And it's kind of wild to me that it's finally here. I think this is one of the biggest changes to programming that I've ever seen. But this idea that you now have a real virtual teammate that you can assign work to, that you can say, hey, go off and do some of the stuff you were just doing, and increasingly more advanced things, at some point say like, I got a big idea, go off and work for a couple of days and do it. And that you can issue many requests in parallel, that you can be fixing bugs, implementing new features, answering questions about the code. This is like true software engineering task delegation. And I think it'll only get better from here, but this is just a tremendously exciting moment. It integrates very deeply with GitHub. You can give it access to a repo and an environment, and you can get some pretty amazing stuff done.
Yeah, no, it's really exciting to see that. And it's also sort of great to have developers stay in the flow, work with essentially peer programmers, agents, as well as other, people that we collaborate with, and just have the developer process itself and the life cycle get faster. Obviously, you're also working on a lot of models and are very sort of fantastic. In fact, we've had a chance to sort of sim ship a lot of the models you guys have built. Just tell us a little bit about what's sort of coming as far as the model roadmap itself.
The models are already very smart. They will continue to get smarter too. But I think one of the most exciting things is the models will get simpler to use. You won't have so many to pick from. It'll just sort of automatically do the right thing. They'll get much more reliable. You'll be able to trust them for much more. There'll be a lot more features like multimodality and great tool use and integration. It'll be closer to the it just works. I can talk to it. I can do a complicated coding agentic thing. I can rely on it, and I think people are going to be surprised at how fast we're going to make progress in those directions now.
Yeah, I know we're very excited about your model roadmap. And obviously, when you look at ChatGPT, it's the most at-scale, stateful agentic app today that you guys built. And of course, Codex is another sort of agent app that you built. And this conference is all about unpacking so that every developer can, in some sense, build these new agentic apps, that use the model, do their own model scaffolding, go on to even do multi-agent orchestration and so on. Any advice you have as people build out these high-scale production, stateful agentic apps, Sam, based on obviously what you guys have been doing and leading?
I think one of the hardest, most difficult things to manage about this is just the rate of change. If you think about what was possible 2 years ago or 1 year ago or now, and what will be possible in another year or 2 years, sort of planning for this incredible increase in...
Okay. You guys don't want the audio. Fine. They have a kind of an odd relationship, I'll say.
Grok 3 offers reasoning, deep search, response models all in one single model, and it was awesome to have a chance to chat with Elon over the weekend about it. Let's roll the video. Thank you so much, Elon, for being here at Build. I know you started off as an intern at Microsoft. You were a Windows developer, and of course, you're a big PC gamer still. You want to just talk about even your early days with Windows and the kinds of things you built?
Yeah, well, actually started before Windows with DOS. I had one of the early IBM PCs with MS-DOS, and I think I had like 128K in the beginning, and then it doubled to 256K, which felt like a lot. So I programmed video games in DOS, and then later in Windows. Remember Windows 3.1?
Yeah. No, it's wonderful. I mean, the last time I chatted with you, you were talking all about everything, the intricacies of Active Directory, and so it's fantastic to have you at our developer conference. Obviously, the exciting thing for us is to be able to launch Grok on Azure. I know you have a deep vision for what AI needs to be, and that's what got you to get this built. It's a family of models that are both response and reasoning models, and you have a very exciting roadmap. You want to just tell us a little bit about sort of your vision, the capability. You're pushing on both capability and efficiency. So maybe you can just talk about a little bit of that.
Sure. So yeah, with Grok, especially with Grok 3.5 that is about to be released, it's trying to reason from first principles. So apply kind of the tools of physics to thinking. If you're trying to get to fundamental truths, you boil things down to the axiomatic elements that are most likely to be correct, and then you reason up from there, and then you can test your conclusions against those axiomatic elements. And in physics, if you violate conservation of energy or momentum, then you're either going to get a Nobel Prize or you're wrong, and you're certainly wrong, basically. So that's really the focus of Grok 3.5 is sort of fundamentals of physics and applying physics tools across all lines of reasoning, and to aspire to truth with minimal error. Like there's always going to be some mistakes that are made, but we aim to get to truth with acknowledged error, but minimized error over time. And I think that's actually extremely important for AI safety. So I've thought a lot for a long time about AI safety, and my ultimate conclusion is the old maxim that honesty is the best policy.
Yeah,
it really is for safety. But I do want to emphasize, we have and will make mistakes, but we aspire to correct them very quickly. And we are very much looking forward to feedback from the developer community to say, like, what do you need? Where are we wrong? How can we make it better? And to have Grok be something that the developer community is very excited to use, and where they can feel that their feedback is being heard, and Grok is improving and serving their needs.
I'm really thrilled to get this journey started, getting that developer feedback, and then looking forward to even how they deploy it. So thank you so much, Elon, for briefly joining us today. And we're really excited about working with you and getting this into the developers' hands.
Thank you very much. And I can't emphasize enough that we're looking for feedback from you, the developer audience. Tell us what you want, and we'll make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, and I had a chance to talk to him again, and then he was talking about sort of all the things that they're doing with 3.5. So we want to get the journey started, get the feedback on the API front, and sort of help them with their roadmap. We're excited about sort of all these new announcements, and one of the things, though, when you have multiple models, what you need is a new capability in how you use these models. And now you can provision throughput once on Foundry, and you can use all that provision throughput across multiple models, including Grok, right? That's just a game changer in terms of how you think about models and model provisioning. And so now, once you do that, you now have Mistral, with which you can even provision with all the sovereign deployment in the EU region, which increasingly becomes a massive consideration for people building applications around the world, because I think increasingly there will be models people prefer in different parts. And we're excited about Mistral. Llama, I was at LlamaCon recently with Mark, and as he likes to say, he's bringing the full herd of Llama, the full Llama herd to Azure. We're excited about all the advances that they're making in open source, Black Forest Labs, and many more, right? So all of them, all behind this one provision throughput. And so it's exciting for us as developers to be able to mix and match and use them all. Many of them have the same API signature, so even the ability to be able to make these model switches becomes even easier. And we also have expanded our partnership with Hugging Face. So you'll have access to over 11,000 frontier and open source models in Foundry. But models are just part of the equation. For anyone building an agent, and truly you need to be able to have truly great access to real-time web, as well as the entire enterprise knowledge graph. We've learned that building RAG apps, that you need a more sophisticated retrieval system, right? It's not good enough to just have a vector search and some embeddings. And you really need like a database or a knowledge engine, a real query engine that's custom built for agents, and so that you can break down any query, a complex query, run them in parallel, return synthesized results. Think of it essentially like a modern knowledge retrieval stack for agents that understand what users want and what your data means. And of course, once you have even that part of the system, the next layer is the orchestration layer, right? You want to be able to have all these agents or multiple agents orchestrated. And the Foundry Agent Service lets you build declarative agents, in fact, just with a few lines of code just in the portal. For complex workflows, it supports multi-agent orchestration. It integrates seamlessly with frameworks like semantic kernel, AutoGen, and you can use the agent service essentially like a managed service for the execution environment. And more than 10,000 organizations are already using it, and I'm excited to share that now the agent service is generally available. Once you have these agents running, the next thing you need is the compute environment. And we are making everything from serverless Azure functions
on which
new
issues of what I want to change and figure out how to change it.
Welcome to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
It's great to be here. My parents are also in the audience. 我爸爸妈妈来，他们在哪里? They're up there. NVIDIA has been coming to Taiwan for over 30 years. This is the home of many of our treasured partners and dear friends. Over the years, you have seen NVIDIA grow up and seen us accomplish many exciting things and have been partnered with me all along the way. Today, we're going to talk about where we are in the industry, where we're going to go, announce some new products, exciting new products and surprising products that open new markets for us, creates new markets, new growth. We're going to talk about great partners and how we're going to develop this ecosystem together. As you know, we are at the epicenter of the computer ecosystem, one of the most important industries of the world. And so it stands to reason when new markets has to be created, we have to create it starting here at the center of the computer ecosystem. And I have some surprises for you, things that you probably wouldn't have guessed. And then, of course, I promise I'll talk about AI. And we'll talk about robotics. The NVIDIA story is the reinvention of the computer industry. In fact, the NVIDIA story is also the reinvention of our company. As I said, I've been coming here for 30 years. Many of you have been through many of my keynotes. Some of you, all of them. And just as you reflect on the conversation, the things we talked about in the last 30 years, how dramatic we changed. We started out as a chip company with a goal of creating a new computing platform. And in 2006, we introduced CUDA, which has revolutionized how computing is done. In 2016, 10 years later, we realized that a new computing approach has arrived. And this new computing approach requires a reinvention of every single layer of the technology stack. The processor is new, the software stack is new, it stands to reason the system is new. And so we invented a new system that on the day I announced it at GTC 2006, no one understood what I was talking about and nobody gave me a PO. That system was called DGX-1. DGX-1, I donated the first one to a nonprofit company called OpenAI. And it started the AI revolution. Years later, we realized that in fact, this new way of doing software, which is now called artificial intelligence, is unlike traditional ways of running software. Whereas many applications ran on a few processors in a large data center, we call that hyperscale. This new type of application requires many processors working together, serving queries for millions of people. And that data center would be architected fundamentally different. We realized there were two types of networks. One for north-south, because you still have to control the storage, you still have to have a control plane, you still have to connect to the outside. But the most important network was going to be east-west. The computers talking to each other to try to solve a problem. We recognized the best networking company in east-west traffic for high-performance computing, large-scale distributed processing, a company that was very dear to our company and very close to our heart, a company called Mellanox, and we bought them 5 years ago, 2019. We converted an entire data center into one computing unit. And you heard me say before, the modern computer is an entire data center. The data center is a unit of computing. No longer just a PC, no longer just a server. The entire data center is running one job. And the operating system would change. NVIDIA's data center journey is now very well known. Over the last 3 years, you've seen some of the ideas that we're shaping and how we are starting to see our company differently. No company in history, surely no technology company in history, has ever revealed a roadmap for 5 years at a time. No one would tell you what is coming next. They keep it as a secret, extremely confidential. However, we realized that NVIDIA is not a technology company only anymore. In fact, we are an essential infrastructure company. And how can you plan your infrastructure, your land, your shell, your power, your electricity, all of the necessary financing around all over the world? How would you possibly do that if you didn't understand what I was going to make? And so we described our company's roadmap in fair detail, enough detail that everybody in the world can go off and start building data centers. We realize now we are an AI infrastructure company, an infrastructure company that's essential all around the world. Every region, every industry, every company will build these infrastructures. And what are these infrastructure? These infrastructure, in fact, not unlike the first industrial revolution. When people realized, GE, Westinghouse, Siemens, realized that there was a new type of technology called electricity, and new infrastructure has to be built all around the world. And these infrastructure became essential part of social infrastructure. That infrastructure is now called electricity. Years later, this is during all of our generation, we realized there was a new type of infrastructure. And this new infrastructure was very conceptual, very hard to understand. And this infrastructure called information. This information infrastructure, the first time it was described, made no sense to anybody. But we now realized it is the internet. And every internet is everywhere, and everything is connected to it. Well, there's a new infrastructure now. This new infrastructure is built on top of the first two. And this new infrastructure is an infrastructure of intelligence. I know that right now, when we say there's an intelligence infrastructure, it makes no sense. But I promise you, in 10 years' time, you will look back and you will realize that AI has now integrated into everything. And in fact, we need AI everywhere. And every region, every industry, every country, every company, all needs AI. AI has now part of infrastructure. And this infrastructure, just like the internet, just like electricity, needs factories. And these factories are essentially what we build today. They're not data centers of the past, a $1 trillion industry providing information and storage, supporting all of our ERP systems and our employees. That's a data center of the past. This is similar in the sense that it came from the same industry. It came from all of us, but it's going to emerge as something completely different, completely separated from the world's data center. And these AI data centers, if you will, are improperly described. They are, in fact, AI factories. You apply energy to it, and it produces something incredibly valuable. And these things are called tokens. To the point where companies are starting to talk about how many tokens they produced last quarter and how many tokens they produced last month. Very soon, we'll be talking about how many tokens we produce every hour, just as every single factory does. And so the world has fundamentally changed. We went from a company, on the day that we started our company, I was trying to figure out how big our opportunity was in 1993. And I came to the conclusion, Nvidia's business opportunity was enormous. $300 million. We're gonna be rich. $300 million chip industry to a data center opportunity that represents about $1 trillion to now an AI factory, an AI infrastructure industry that will be measured in trillions of dollars. And this is the exciting future that we're undertaking. Now, at its core, everything we do is founded on several important technologies. Of course, I talk about accelerated computing a great deal. I talk about AI a great deal. What makes NVIDIA really special is the fusion of these capabilities. And very especially, the algorithms, the libraries, what we call the CUDA-X libraries. We're talking about libraries all the time. And in fact, we're the only technology company in the world that talks about libraries nonstop. And the reason for that is because libraries is at the core of everything that we do. Libraries is what started it all. And I'm going to show you a few new ones today. But before I do that, let me show you a preview of what I'm going to tell you today. Everything you're about to see is simulation, science, and artificial intelligence. Nothing you see here is art. It's all simulation. It just happens to be beautiful. Let's take a look. This is real-time computer graphics I'm standing in front of. This is not a video, this is computer graphics. It's generated by GeForce. This is a brand new GeForce 5060, RTX 5060. And this is from ASUS. My good friend Johnny is in the front row. And this is from MSI. And we took this incredible GPU and we shrunk it in here. Does that make any sense? See, this is incredible. And so this is MSI's new laptop with 5060 in it. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. Right now what you're seeing is every single pixel is ray traced. How is that possible that we're able to simulate photon and deliver this kind of frame rate at this resolution? Well, the reason for that is artificial intelligence. We're only rendering 1 out of 10 pixels. So every pixel that you see, only 1 out of 10 is actually computed. The other 9, AI guessed. Does that make any sense? And it's perfect. It's completely perfect. It guessed it perfectly. Of course, the technology is called DLSS, neural rendering. It took us many, many years to develop. We started developing it the moment we started working on AI, so it's been a 10-year journey. And the advance in computer graphics has been completely revolutionized by AI. GeForce brought AI to the world. Now AI came back and revolutionized GeForce. So really, really amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, GeForce. You know, when you're CEO, you have many children. And GeForce brought us here. And now all of our keynotes is 90% not GeForce. But it's not because we don't love GeForce. GeForce RTX 50 series just had its most successful launch ever, the fastest launch in our history. And PC gaming is now 30 years old. So that tells you something about how incredible GeForce is. Let's talk about libraries. At the core, of course, everything starts with CUDA. And by making CUDA as performant as possible, as pervasive as possible, so that the installed base is all over the world, then applications can find a CUDA GPU quite easily. The larger the installed base, the more developers want to create libraries. The more libraries, more amazing things are done, better applications, more benefits to users, they buy more computers. The more computers, more CUDA. That feedback path is vitally important. However, accelerated computing is not general purpose computing. General purpose computing writes software, everybody writes it in, Python or C or C++, and you compile it. The methodology for general purpose computing is consistent throughout. Write the application, compile the application, run it on a CPU. However, that fundamentally doesn't work in accelerated computing, because if you could do that, it would be called a CPU. What's the point of not just changing the CPU so you could write the software, compile the software, run it on a CPU? The fact that you would have to do something different is actually quite sensible. And the reason for that is because so many people worked on general purpose computing, trillions of dollars of innovation. How is it possible that all of a sudden a few widgets inside a chip and all of a sudden computers become 50 times faster, 100 times faster? That makes no sense. And so the logic that we applied is that we could accelerate applications if you understood more about it. You can accelerate applications if you were to create an architecture that are better suited to accelerate, to run at the speed of light, 99% of the runtime, and even though it's only 5% of the code, which is quite surprising. Most applications, small parts of the code consumes most of the runtime. We made that observation, and so we went after one domain after another. I just showed you computer graphics. We also have numerics. This is CuPy numeric. This is CuPy is the most pervasive numerical library. Arial and Shona. Arial is the world's first GPU accelerated radio signal processing for 5G and 6G. Once we make it software defined, then we can put on top of it AI. So now we could bring AI to 5G and 6G. Parabricks for genomics analysis, Mo9 for medical imaging, Earth-2 for weather prediction, Quantum for quantum classical computer architectures and computer systems, equivariance and tensor, contraction of tensor mathematics, Megatron. This whole row, this whole column here consists of all of our deep learning and all of our libraries necessary for training as well as inference for deep learning. This revolutionized computing. And it all started with all these libraries. Not just CUDA, but cuDNN. On top of cuDNN, there was Megatron. Megatron, then TensorRT LLM, and then now lately, this brand new operating system for large AI factories, Dynamo. cuDF for data frames like Spark and SQL. Structured data can be accelerated as well. cuML, classical machine learning. Warp, a Pythonic framework for describing CUDA kernels, incredibly successful. cuOpt, mathematical operations, optimizations, things like traveling salesperson, the ability to optimize highly constrained, large number of variables.
I just stop right there because that's the D-Wave thing, cuOpt. You know, there's other libraries like Gobi, I think are more popular, but this is why the D-Wave machine is worthless, because you can just do it on this machine.
Type of problems like supply chain optimization. This is an incredible success. I'm very excited about cuOpt, cuDSS and cuSparse for sparse structure simulators. Those are used for CAE and CAD, fluid dynamics, finite element analysis, incredibly important for EDAs and CAE industry. And then of course, cuLitho, one of the most important libraries for computational lithography. Mask making could easily take a month. And that mask making process is extremely computationally intensive. And now with cuLitho, we could accelerate that computation by 50 times, 70 times. As a result, this is going to set the stage, open the world for applying AI to lithography in the future. We have great partners here. TSMC is using cuLitho quite extensively. ASML, Synopsys, excellent partners working with us in cuLitho. So the libraries themselves is what makes it possible for us, one domain of application after another domain of science, after another domain of physics, to be able to accelerate those applications. But it also opens up markets for us. We look at particular regions and particular markets and we say, that area could really be important to transform to the new way of doing computing. If general purpose computing, after all these years, has run its course, why hasn't it run its course in every single industry? So one of the most important industries, of course, is telecommunications. Just as the world's cloud data centers have now become software defined, it stands to reason that telecommunication should also be software defined. And so that's the reason why we've taken now some 6 years to refine and optimize a fully accelerated radio access network, RAN stack, that does incredible performance. For data rate per megawatt, or data rate per watt, we are now on par with the state-of-the-art ASICs. And so once we could do that, once we could achieve that level of performance and functionality, then after that we can layer on top AI. And so we have great partners here. You could see SoftBank and T-Mobile, Indosat and Vodafone are doing trials. Nokia, Samsung, Kyocera are working with us on the full stack. Fujitsu and Cisco are working on the systems. And so now we have the ability to introduce the idea of AI on 5G or AI on 6G along with AI on computing. We're doing that with quantum computing. Quantum computing is still at the noisy intermediate scale quantum called NISQ. However, there are many, many good applications we could already start to do. And so we're excited about that. We're working on a quantum classical or quantum GPU computing platform. We call it CUDA-Q, working with amazing companies around the world. GPUs could be used for pre-processing and post-processing, for error correction, for control. And so in the future, I predict that all supercomputers will have quantum accelerators, all have quantum QPUs connected to it. And so a supercomputer would be a QPU with QPUs and GPUs and some CPUs. And that would be the representation of a modern computer. So working with a lot of great companies in this area. AI. 12 years ago, we started with perception. AI models that can understand patterns, recognize speech, recognize images. That was the beginning. The last 5 years, we've been talking about generative AI, the ability for AI to not just understand, but to generate. And so it could generate from text to text. We use that all the time in ChatGPT. Text to images, text to video, video to text, images to text. Almost anything to anything, which is the really amazing thing about AI, that we've discovered a universal function approximator, a universal translator. It can translate from anything to anything else if we can simply tokenize it, represent the bits of information. Well, now we have reached a level of AI that's really important. Generative AI gave us one-shot AI. You give it text and it gives you text back. That was the 2 years ago when we first engaged ChatGPT. That was the big, amazing breakthrough. You give it text and it gives you text back. It predicts the next word, predicts the next paragraph. However, intelligence is much more than just what you've learned from a lot of data that you've studied. Intelligence includes the ability to reason, to be able to solve problems that you've not seen before, to break it down step by step, to maybe apply some rules and theorems to solve a problem you've never seen, to be able to simulate multiple options and weigh its benefits. Some of the technology you might have heard about, chain of thought, breaking it down step by step, tree of thought, coming up with a whole bunch of paths. All of these technologies are leading the ability for AI to be able to reason. Now, the amazing thing is, once you have the ability to reason, and you have the ability to perceive, that is, let's say, multimodal read PDFs, you could do search, you can use tools, you have now agentic AI. This agentic AI just does something that I've just described all of us do. We're given a goal, we break it down step by step, we reason about what to do, what's the best way to do it, we consider its consequences, and then we start executing the plan. The plan might include doing some research, might include doing some work, using some tools. It might include reaching out to another AI agent to collaborate with it. Agentic AI is basically understand, think, and act. Well, understand, think, and act is the robotics loop. Agentic AI is basically a robot in a digital form. These are going to be really important in the coming years. We're seeing enormous progress in this area. The next wave, beyond that, is physical AI. AI that understands the world. They understand things like inertia, friction, cause and effect. That if I roll a ball and it goes under a car, depending on the speed of the ball, it probably went to the other side of the car. But the ball did not disappear. Object permanence. You might be able to reason that if there's a table in front of you and you have to go to the other side, the best way to do it is not to go right through it. The best way is maybe go around it or underneath it. To be able to reason about these physical things is really essential to the next era of AI. We call that physical AI. And so in this particular case, you see you're seeing us simply prompt the AI, and it generates videos to train a self-driving car in different scenarios, and I'll show you more of that later. That's a dog. It said, generate me a dog, generate me one with a bird, with people. And it started out with the image on the left. And then the phase after that, we take reasoning systems, generative systems, physical AI, and this level of capability would now go into a physical embodiment, we call it a robot. If you could imagine that you can prompt an AI to generate a video to reach and pick up a bottle, of course you could imagine telling a robot to reach out and pick up the bottle. The AI capability today has the ability to do those things. Well, the computer that's where we're going in the near future. The computer that we're building to make this possible has properties that are very different than the previous. The revolutionary computer called Hopper came into the world about 3 years ago, and it revolutionized AI as we know it. It became probably the most popular, most well-known computer in the world. In the last several years, we've been working on a new computer to make it possible for us to do inference time scaling, or basically thinking incredibly fast. Because when you think, you're generating a lot of tokens in your head, if you will. You're generating a lot of thoughts, and you iterate in your brain before you produce the answer. So what used to be one-shot AI is now going to be thinking AI, reasoning AI, inference time scaling AI. And that's going to take a lot more computation. And so we created a new system called Grace Blackwell. Grace Blackwell does several things. It has the ability to scale up. Scale up means to turn what is a computer into a giant computer. Scale out is to take a computer and connect many of them together and let the work be done in many different computers. Scaling out is easy. Scaling up is incredibly hard. Building larger computers that is beyond the limits of semiconductor physics is insanely hard. And that's what Grace Blackwell does. Grace Blackwell broke just about everything. And all of you in the audience, many of you are partnering with us to build Grace Blackwell systems. I'm so happy to say that we're in full production, but we can also say it was incredibly challenging. Although the Blackwell systems based on HGX has been in full production since the end of last year and has been available since February, we are now just putting online all the Grace Blackwell systems. They're coming online all over the place every single day. It's available in CoreWeave now for several weeks. It's already being used by many CSPs. And now you're starting to see it coming up from everywhere. Everybody's starting to tweet out that Grace Blackwell is in full production. In Q3 of this year, just as I promised, every single year, we will increase the performance of our platform every single year like rhythm. And this year, in Q3, we'll upgrade to Grace Blackwell GB300. The GB300 will increase it's the same architecture, same physical footprint, same electrical and mechanicals, but the chips inside have been upgraded. It has upgraded with a new Blackwell chip, is now 1.5 times more inference performance, has 1.5 times more HBM memory, and it has 2 times more networking. And so the overall system performance is higher. Well, let's take a look at what's inside Grace Blackwell. Grace Blackwell starts with this compute node. This compute node right here, this is one of the compute nodes. This is what the last generation looks like, the B200. This is what B300 looks like. Notice right here in the center, it's 100% liquid cooled now, but otherwise, externally, it's the same. You could plug it into the same systems and same chassis. And so this is the Grace Blackwell GB300 system. It's 1.5 times more inference performance. The training performance is about the same, but the inference performance is 1.5 times more. Now this particular system here is 40 petaflops, which is approximately the performance of the Sierra supercomputer in 2018. The Sierra supercomputer has 18,000 GPUs, Volta GPUs. This one node here replaces that entire supercomputer. 4,000 times increase in performance in 6 years. That is extreme Moore's law. Remember, I've said before that Nvidia has been scaling computing by about 1 million times every 10 years. And we're still on that track. But the way to do that is not just to make the chips faster. There's only a limit to how fast you can make chips and how big you can make chips. In the case of Blackwell, we even connected 2 chips together to make it possible. TSMC worked with us to invent a new CoWoS process called CoWoS-L that made it possible for us to create these giant chips. But still, we want chips way bigger than that. And so we had to create what is called NVLink. This is the world's fastest switch. This NVLink here, right here, is 7.2 terabytes per second. 9 of these go into that rack. And those 9 switches are connected by this miracle. This is quite heavy. That's because I'm quite strong. I made it look so light, but this is 70 pounds. And so this is the NVLink spine. 2 miles of cables, 5,000 cables structured, all coaxed, impedance matched, and it connects all 72 GPUs to all of the other 72 GPUs across this network called NVLink switch. 130 terabytes per second of bandwidth across the NVLink spine. So just put in perspective, the peak traffic of the entire internet, is 900 terabits per second. Divide that by 8. This moves more traffic than the entire internet. 1 NVLink spine across this 9 of these NVLink switches, so that every single GPU can talk to every other GPU at exactly the same time. This is the miracle of GB200. And because there's a limit to how far you can drive SerDes, this is as far as any SerDes has ever driven. From chip, this goes chip to the switch, out to the spine, to any other switch, any other chip, all electrical. And so that limit caused us to put everything in one rack. And that one rack is 120 kilowatts, which is the reason why everything has to be liquid cooled. We now have the ability to disaggregate the GPUs out of one motherboard, essentially, across an entire rack. And so that entire rack is one motherboard. That's the miracle. Completely disaggregated, and now the GPU performance is incredible, the amount of memory is incredible, the networking bandwidth is incredible, and now we can really scale these out. Once we scale it up, then we can scale it out into large systems. And notice almost everything NVIDIA builds are gigantic. And the reason for that is because we're not building data centers and servers, we're building AI factories. This is CoreWeave. This is Oracle Cloud. The power density of each rack is so great, they have to put them further apart so that the power density could be distributed. But really, in the end, we're not building data centers, we're building AI factories. And this is the XAI Colossus factory. This is Stargate. 4 million square feet. 4 million square feet, 1 gigawatt. And so just think about this factory here. This 1 gigawatt factory is probably going to be about, 60 to 80.
Wait, so this is, let me get this straight. This is the OpenAI thing? Let's take a second look again. I was distracted.
The XAI Colossus factory. This is Stargate. 4 million square feet. 4 million square feet, 1 gigawatt. And Colossus. We're not building data centers, we're building density could be distributed. But really, in the end, we're not building data centers, we're building AI factories. And this is the XAI Colossus factory. This is Stargate. 4 million square feet. Data centers, we're building AI factories. And this is the XAI Colossus factory. This is Stargate. 4 million square feet. 4 million square feet, 1 gigawatt. And so just think about this factory here. This 1 gigawatt factory is probably going to be about, 60 to 80 billion dollars. Out of that 60 to 80 billion dollars, the electronics, the computing part of it, these systems are 40, 50 billion dollars of it. And so these are gigantic factory investments.
Okay, so just to think about that, that's one of the Stargate projects. Okay, yeah, it's Trump's Stargate, but it's OpenAI. I mean, Nvidia's grown so big that... That's more than all the revenue they had from 2023. That's like the first 17 years of Nvidia revenue. But it's funny because 50 billion is not even that much anymore to them.
The reason why people build factories is because you know the answer. The more you buy, say it with me. The more you buy, the more you make. That's what factories do. Okay. The technology is so complicated. And in fact, just looking at it here, you still cannot get the deep appreciation of the amazing work that's being done in all of our partners and all of the companies here in the audience in Taiwan. And so we made you a movie. I made you a movie. Take a look.
Blackwell is an engineering marvel. It begins as a blank silicon wafer at TSMC. Hundreds of chip processing and ultraviolet lithography steps build up each of the 200 billion transistors, layer by layer on a 12-inch wafer. The wafer is scribed into individual Blackwell die, tested and sorted, separating the good dies to move forward. The chip-on-wafer on substrate process, done at TSMC, SPIL, and Amkor, attaches 32 Blackwell dies and 128 HBM stacks on a custom silicon interposer wafer. Metal interconnect traces are etched directly into it, connecting Blackwell GPUs and HBM stacks into each system and package unit, locking everything into place. Then the assembly is baked, molded, and cured, creating the Blackwell B200 superchip. At KYEC, each Blackwell is stress tested in ovens at 125 degrees Celsius and pushed to its limits for several hours. Back at Foxconn, robots work around the clock to pick and place over 10,000 components onto the Grace Blackwell PCB. Meanwhile, additional components are being prepared at factories across the globe. Custom liquid cooling copper blocks from Cooler Master, AVC, Auras, and Delta keep the chips at optimal temperatures. At another Foxconn facility, Connect X7 SuperNICs are built to enable scale-out communications, and Bluefield 3 DPUs to offload and accelerate networking, storage, and security tasks. All these parts converge to be carefully integrated into GB200 compute trays. NVLink is the breakthrough high-speed link that Nvidia invented to connect multiple GPUs and scale up into a massive virtual GPU. The NVLink switch tray is constructed with NVLink switch chips, providing 14.4 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth. NVLink spines form a custom blind-mated backplane, integrating 5,000 copper cables to deliver 130 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth. This connects all 72 Blackwells, or 144 GPU dies, into one giant GPU. From around the world, parts arrive. From Foxconn, Wistron, Quanta, Dell, Asus, Gigabyte, HPE, Supermicro, and other partners to be assembled by skilled technicians into a rack-scale AI supercomputer. In total, 1.2 million components, 2 miles of copper cable, 130 trillion transistors, weighing 1,800 kilograms. From the first transistor etched into a wafer to the last bolt fastening the Blackwell rack, every step carries the weight of our partners' dedication, precision, and craft. Blackwell is more than a technological wonder. It's a testament to the marvel of the Taiwan technology ecosystem. We couldn't be prouder of what we've achieved together. Thank you, Taiwan.
Thank you. Thank you. That was pretty incredible, right? But that was you. That was you. Thank you. Well, Taiwan doesn't just build supercomputers for the world. Today, I'm very happy to announce that we're also building AI for Taiwan. And so today we're announcing that Foxconn, Taiwan, the Taiwanese government, Nvidia, TSMC, we're going to build the first giant AI supercomputer here for the AI infrastructure and the AI ecosystem of Taiwan. Thank you. Is there anybody who needs an AI computer? Any AI researchers in the audience? Every single student, every researcher, every scientist, every startup, every large established company, TSMC themselves does enormous amounts of AI and scientific research already. And so Foxconn does an enormous amount of work in robotics. I know that there are many other companies in the audience, I'm going to mention you in just a second, that are doing robotics research and AI research. And so having a world-class AI infrastructure here in Taiwan is really important. All of that is so that we could build a very large chip. And NVLink and Blackwell, this generation, made it possible for us to create these incredible systems. Here's one from Pegatron and QCT and Wistron and WeWin. This is from Foxconn and Gigabyte and Asus. And you could see the front and the back of it. And its entire goal is to take these Blackwell chips that are, you could see how big they are, and turn it into one massive chip. Now, the ability to do that, of course, was made possible by NVLink. But it understates the complexity of the system architecture, the rich software ecosystem that connects
Asking stupid questions.
No. Totally fine. Okay, cool. So I have my friend who is an anonymous hedge fund manager here online. Thanks for taking your time. So I wanted to talk about D-Wave, which is my biggest and favorite short. We've known each other a long time. Shkreli shorts always have a little bit of magic to them, I think. And so,
I'd say the only man to have batted 1,000 on the short side.
Yeah, I wish. Right now, I'm swinging and missing on this one. That's why I need you to rescue me. You get the same short idea, but much better entry. Okay, so the stock's $13. The shares outstanding are 286. So the market cap is 3.8, and you can follow along on YouTube because I have a spreadsheet open, but if you want. But so basically, 13 bucks, close to 300 million shares outstanding, so close to 4 billion cap, and not much cash relative to market cap. So 3.5 enterprise value is roughly kind of what we're dealing with. Maybe 500 million's gone into the company. There you go. Yeah, if you just shut the sound off.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. So, cool. So basically, I think the shares are worth close to nothing. And, I don't know how if I'd say it, I'm certain, but I'm pretty close to certain. I mean, I have like 90 something percent conviction. So these guys have been around a long time. As a science fan, I'd always sort of followed their progress even from when they first kind of came out. But from when they first came out to where they are today, I think they've gone through quite a few kind of refinancings, so they never really made it as a private company. The whole idea of being a quantum computing company, they're kind of the first one. It sort of has a big asterisk to it, and I'll explain why in a second. But basically, they never really fulfilled the promise. So if you go back in like the Wayback Machine or LexisNexis or some of these old news searches, you'll see like every 2 or 3 years there was this like, quantum computing coming soon, it's going to change computing every few years for the last 20 years. And we finally are getting it kind of again. But this time, all these guys went public through the SPAC process. 10 or 15 years ago, they were, were all private, but they ran out of money. A lot of them had to do recaps, as I said, and some of them were basically facing insolvency. But in the SPAC bubble, they all got to go public via SPAC. And D-Wave is kind of unique compared to these other ones. And the reason is they don't actually do quantum computing. And that's something that they try not to talk about too much. So a computer to me is something that you can program and run general instructions on. And by general instructions, I mean, you get an instruction set and you have like specific, kind of your imagination is the gating factor of like what programs you can write based on the instruction set. The D-Wave computer does not do that. The D-Wave computer is better known as a quantum annealer. So it just can calculate one thing. It's a single purpose instrument more than it is a computer. Because to me, the word computer means, you can write, anyone can write any kind of program. But this is like, no, there's one, you press the button, there's one thing it does. You pull the lever. And to me, that's like a tool or an instrument or something. It's not really, a programmable computer. So that is a major difference, because the rest of the industry is like biotech, where they're saying we're in phase 1, we don't know if the drug works yet or not. We're going to keep working on it, and maybe we get to phase 3. And it's like, there'll be this big payoff someday. We don't know if it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But someday, when we build this Manhattan Project quantum computer,
there'll be this thing, there's things that cannot be done right now, and they'll be done soon with this quantum computer when we're done building it. That is not what D-Wave is selling or saying. They are making an annealer, which is a very, very specific subcomputer or mini computer or whatever you want to call it. Somebody's comparing it to an ASIC. I actually think that's a decent analogy. But even with ASICs, you can do general purpose computing. So it's kind of this very weird machine that can do one thing, which is basically a minimization algorithm. And that and by the way, if you just want to stop me and ask questions, I know you probably might want to do that, or I can go through the pitch. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, what is that one thing that they do very well, or do they do it very well?
Yeah,
I guess is the question.
That's a good question.
Think of this more as like a product rather than a company.
Yes, so that's a really good question, and the answer to that is, in my opinion, is no. They do not do the thing very well. The thing is basically, so it's sort of called optimization, where you can imagine a function that has lots of inputs, and you're trying to get some output. And this could be anything, like even portfolio weights, right? And you say, okay, I got 800 stocks, what's the optimal weight of each stock that will yield some result? And optimization algorithms are well known. They're used. There are computers that do them. Their theory was that they would do these optimization algorithms better than anyone. The one that they do, I should probably put this in my model actually. And this is, by the way, for the people watching, this is why buy-siders talk to each other. Not only do you get to hear what your friends think, people you trust, ideally, but you get to review your thesis and see what's missing. And one of the things I haven't done well, I think, is explain the algorithms. And so the main one's kind of called QBO. There's another one called QAOA. And basically these algorithms just optimize very complex systems and set constraints and then determine what values the system should have. And in essence, they're calculating the lowest energy state. And they do not, in my opinion, do this better than conventional computers. In fact, if you read the Carousdale report, Carousdale wrote a short report on this, as you may know. If you read the Carousdale report, or even better, go to Archive, ARXIV, which is kind of like PubMed for science, for computer science and math. If you go to Archive and you read some of the technical papers, over and over again, people have tested their computer against a regular computer, not a supercomputer, but like a regular ass, like Intel on your desktop computer. And they found that D-Wave's computer is slower, which is remarkable. And so they have sold one computer. They just sold it in Q1. And I think the stock's up, and this is going to sound stupid, but bear with me for a second. They sold one computer in Q1, so they had 15 million in revenue. They never had this much revenue, even in a full year, let alone a quarter. And it was actually 500% more than last year. But they made it clear that this is a one-time sale. It'll never happen again, in all likelihood. I think they ship a system like this maybe every like 5 years. They get and they don't ship 2 or 3 or 4. They just don't have that kind of demand. And the guys that bought it are these crazy German, half research institute, half government thing called Jülich. And Jülich is kind of one of these, they're like the kings of supercomputers. So they kind of buy one of everything. And they just were like, sure, we'll buy this. And they bought it. And now, they don't really have a sales pipeline anymore, which I'll talk to you about. But, that's like this one-off blip. And I don't know if the stock is going crazy because of that, but I think it is a contributing factor that they have this one-off, sale. So, the company will say that they've helped people do things faster, but it's all fake. Nobody actually uses their machines in production. They don't have a single user who has their system as like a production workflow. What customers will do, let's say you're Merck or Maersk or some gigantic company like GE, you might say, look, I heard the pitch about quantum. Let's get some developers together and let's spend a little money and see what this thing can do. And every few years, you basically just check in with quantum and see okay, has this technology achieved any progress to the place where we could use it at an AstraZeneca or at a shipping company or a tech company? And the answer is always no. If they had if they had users and customers that are using it in production, they'd have a lot more revenue. But they don't have much revenue, and we'll get to that in a second. But as far as I can tell, the machine is absolutely useless. It does not do anything that any normal machine, any normal computer can't do without the special hardware and cost. So, from what I can see, that's the case. The Carousel report gives you more info. I have a lot of scientific info on the kind of results side. I do think I have to do a little more work on why exactly, what does this machine, why is this machine so bad in a way? And I think that they're just sort of taking their lemons and trying to make lemonade by getting companies like Boeing or like a telecom company to be like, okay, we'll spend a couple $100,000 to see if you can make our processes better. And they kind of lie to these companies and say that okay, take whatever complex process you have in your company, we might be able to make it faster. The company ends up paying a couple $100,000 of consulting fees, and nothing ever happens. That's been the story for this company forever. And they sold one computer, but that computer, again, is sort of this one-time placement. But one of the fascinating things, as a financials guy, you'll appreciate this, they give this thing called bookings. And bookings in Q4 was 18.3, which is a lot because, they were shipping that one Hewlett computer. So they sold the computer, and now bookings are down to 1.6, which is the lowest they've ever been, at least for several years. And for a while, revenue growth wasn't even up. The revenue has sort of been all over the place. They had 3 years in a row of 8 million in revs with 4 million in COGS and, cash flow negativity. This year, they may, get, decent revenue growth, but it's also one-time and non-recurring. So you sort of have this 20 million this year, back to 10 million, I think, next year, and a 3.5 billion, market cap. And there's no plan for them to do what's called traditional quantum computing or gate-based computing. So gate-based computing is what IonQ, IBM, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Rigetti, some private companies, they're all making real quantum computers that you could program and do whatever you want with. But the D-Wave computer is not that. It's just this specific ASIC, kind of one function machine that hasn't been able to find any commercial traction. So to me, I'm not shorting a concept, although I'm short the other stocks. To me, this is a much safer because I'm not shorting a concept stock. These guys don't have the concept. They've actually been selling the same machine for a decade and still have not gotten to critical mass. Nor do I think they could ever get there because of the problem they're solving is eminently solvable by regular computers. There's nobody that's saying, I need this. I really need a solution to this problem. They're all approximable by regular standards today. In fact, I was watching Jensen's keynote at Computex, and he talked about his function, his library that does it on a GPU. But you can do it on just about any computer, and you don't need this thing. So I think it's just sort of this weird sales scam thing. And again, the Carousel report I think is really great where they say, we say quantum to try to get marketing dollars, but the reality is there's nothing quantum about it. So I thought it was a really, really neat thesis. Why it's going up every day and ripping my face off and soon to lead to my girl breaking up with me at this rate, I don't know. But that's where you come in.
Okay. Interesting. Is that Carousel report publicly available anywhere?
Yeah, it's on their Twitter, Carousel Cap, or on their website. It's very good. I mean, Sam. Do you know him at all personally, by the way?
No, I've never. This is the first I've heard of him.
Oh, really? No way. I thought you knew these guys.
Yeah.
So
Carousel Capital. It says private equity. Maybe I'm searching it wrong. Carousel, like the horses that go around in a circle.
Kerrisdale.
Oh, Carousel. I thought you said Carousel. No, I know Carousel.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was like, Patrick worked there briefly.
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, Sam. You've ever met Sam?
I've never met Sam.
He's. I'll introduce you if you'd like. He's very sharp. I mean, he's had the fund for a long time. He moved the fund, like a lot of people, to Miami after a long time in New York. It's kind. I mean, honestly, like what he's done with his fund and what you're doing with your fund, I think is pretty similar in terms of life cycle. He's been around a while, but he just sort of slowly grinded the thing to like $500 million AUM or something like that. Great results. He's one of the few guys that is up. Like at one point, he was up almost 20 this year. I think Quantum probably took a bite out of that, but he's mostly a long guy, but he does like activist short selling. So he's not been afraid to call scams, and he's done a good job of that. When he writes these reports, he's almost always right. He's not like a spray and pray guy like some of these other dudes. Like he's willing to stick in a short for a while, but he's mostly like a value long guy who a lot of people think of him as a short seller, but he's not really a short. And he always seems to hire some pretty good dudes. He had a good QVT guy for a while. But in any event, he's super sharp, but this position is just crushing everyone on Wall Street, including pod shops, me, and many others, because it's such a expensive stock. It's such a bubble, but at the same time, Jensen, Nvidia is apparently investing in a private quantum that I was asked to consult on, and that valuation is probably going to double just because Nvidia is investing in it. So it's kind of this wild thing. And Jensen himself said that quantum computing is 30 years away, which I actually agree. But it's kind of one of these things where the momentum is so hot and so furious. It's like the dot-com bubble. It's like some of these other bubbles we've seen, both of us have seen. And it's sort of like the traditional trading advice is stay out of the way, let it cool off. But every time it cools off, it just comes back. So I've written D-Wave 3 times now from, it's like 6 to 12 and back, 2 times back, 2.5 times so far. Hopefully it comes back for the 3rd time. So it's been a profit center in a way, but it's also, one of these like squeeze you to death type of scenarios.
Yeah, with any of these kinds of shorts, they tend to double in your face before they fall out of the tree. It's just having the wherewithal and the sizing and discipline to be able to survive that squeeze.
Especially profits. I think that like these are great shorts when you're up a little bit, because it's like, okay, if I short 1% of my fund in it and I'm up 6% for the year, what is the worst that could happen? Like I go from 6 to 5, which I can survive. But if I'm already down 2 or something, like this is like, you got to play defense. And this is a scary kind of like, just look at the chart. Like this, it'll go up 10 or 20% for no reason on any given day. And the people that are long it are like the dumbest people on planet Earth. They have no institutional stockholders. It's all market makers. Because the people buy the options on Robinhood, and like the Susquehannas and Jane Streets and so forth will sell them the options, which makes them short, which makes them go buy the stock. And you can see the longs are all the market makers like Citadel and so forth. There's nobody with half a brain on this planet that thinks these are good companies, other than kind of...
You just get that gamma squeeze.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a crowded short?
I think so. Let's check the short interest. But I think that, like all these things, like you don't know who's been destroyed and who hasn't. If you look at the short interest, it's gone from, earlier this year, 39 million shares all the way up to 56. I think after this, just torrential up only, you got to think it's going to, at some point, drop. But, it's a good 20% of the shares outstanding. But it's also one of the most liquid stocks in the market. That's what really freaks me out about this and makes me think it's a great short. So if you go on Godel and you type most, or Bloomberg and type most, you can see the number 1 volume stocks. This stock is number 4 after Nvidia, but before Tesla. Think about how nuts that is.
That's wild.
Right?
That's wild.
It's like, and Palantir is just above its brother, Rigetti, which is another quantum computing shitter. And then if you want one that's even funnier to short, everyone has different styles. but there's this one called QUBT, which is Quantum Computing Inc., and that's in the top 15. It's traded just about as much as Intel. QUBT is very, I won't pitch you the full pitch, but basically these guys are complete trad fraud. Like they are like one rented office in like a Canadian office park or something. And
perfect.
Yeah, these guys were a beverage company before they decided to be a quantum company. And they have absolutely nothing. They lie about everything. They just fired their CEO. They're under investigation for fraud. Like QUBT in some ways is kind of like the cleanest, but D-Wave is also pretty good. And then,
I had this old software analyst, he would say more red flags on the Beijing Olympics.
Yeah, I love that. And, Rigetti and IonQ are also, I think, good shorts, but they're actually somewhat trying to make a quantum computer. So, like, at this point, I feel like Bruce Willis, you remember that scene in Pulp Fiction where the guy's chasing Bruce Willis? I think so, yeah. And he's looking for him, and then they get like trapped in this guy's basement, and then he looks at Bruce Willis, and he's like, "We cool?" He's like, "We cool," because he wants to beat up the other dude. And so I feel like I'm almost like at peace with Rigetti and IonQ because like at least they're somewhat trying. The CEO of Rigetti is hilarious. He's like a real semiconductor guy, and he's like, "We're not a real company, man. We're a research company. Like we don't have revenue. Don't think we're going to have revenue. We may never have revenue. If you see revenue from anyone in quantum, it's fake. Nobody has a product. Stop thinking there's revenue in this business." Because like his stock went up 20x. This all started when Google made this quantum announcement that was interesting, but it kind of kicked off the FOMO. And like all of these quantum people are like, "Why did our stock just 20x?" And the Rigetti guy kept it the realist at Needham conference and other places. He's always like, "Yeah, we're like years away before we have any revenue." And even he's being optimistic, I think. But the other guys are all kind of like faking it till they make it into this bullishness. Some more than others, like the IonQ guy, somewhat intelligently is just printing stock left and right, buying whatever company that moves. Just desperately printing as much stock as he can before it collapses. And he's like, that's kind of what I would do if I was handed IonQ. But the Rigetti guy is just like, I'm going to ignore the stock price and just try to build this quantum computer and see what happens. D-Wave is like by far the most bombastic. Like he went on stage with Jensen and tried to argue with Jensen. It was really kind of hilarious. Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of what's that?
It's like from The Wire, one of our favorite shows. You come at the king, you best not miss.
Yeah, exactly. And if you really want a kick and some diligence, just watch Jensen quiz. He basically had the entire quantum computing industry on in 3 cohorts, and they each got like half an hour each, and he just like kind of roasted all of them. But he also asked good questions. And personally, again, I don't think quantum's going anywhere. My girl, who I still need you to meet, is I wouldn't say she's an expert in quantum, but she worked with one of the world's greatest experts named Scott Aronson, who incidentally has this amazing blog. I personally consider Scott to be possibly the most intelligent man, for whatever that means, in the world. Up there with Terry Tao, like one of the biggest brain guys, period. He's very bearish on D-Wave. He thinks it's a big scam. But she worked with him at MIT, and we've actually run software on these computers. I personally think I was a decent chunk of some of these companies' revenue. So like renting their quantum computers on AWS, and we could not get them to do. I mean, the most we could get is IBM stuff had kind of like their shit together the best, and IBM's computer could factor like a 5-digit number, but it would blow up if you tried to factor a big number. And like to break codes right now, you would have to factor like a 300-digit number, which, it gets harder. It gets like exponentially harder each digit. So we are a long, long way away from this stuff working. If it could factor like a 100-digit number, I'd be impressed and be like, oh, okay, well, the science is advancing. It might be there soon. And I have no illusion that like there will be some quantum leaps, so to speak, where it'll go from like its current state of the art, which is 5 a 5-digit number a child can factor, but it might not go from 5 to 6. It might go from 5 to 15 in one leap, but I don't think it's going to go from 5 to 300 in a leap. So you get to watch this technology just by the cloud. You can rent it just like you can rent a normal computer on a cloud or GPU on a cloud through CoreWeave. You can rent a quantum computer too. And it's hard to program them, but if you program them, you'll realize there's absolutely nothing these things can do. And one of the main reasons is this huge metric called gate fidelity. But that's neither here nor there, because ultimately D-Wave isn't any of these things. It's this like company that's taking the quantum glow and like trying to run with it. But what's funny is like their bookings are down. If you exclude this one-off computer, their sales are down too. They basically wouldn't have had any sales in the quarter if they didn't sell that computer. And ironically, you'll appreciate this, the computer they sold, the client was one of their biggest cloud customers. So, and what's even funnier is now that the computer is in-house, so to speak, at that German facility, the German facility is lending it out for free to various researchers. So they're just lending compute time out because they don't need it. They don't need all of it. So they're just kind of renting it out. So they kind of torpedoed their business a little bit by renting this computer out, because now there's no need to sort of sell the cloud time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's never a good sign if they're just lending out their compute power for free, something they just bought. So
yeah, researchers they sometimes do each other favors.
Sure.
But yeah, I agree. It's kind of a weird thing, and like, it does make me wonder why this German place did it. Like, I might, if I get really motivated, do like a little bit of an investigation as to why the hell these Germans bought this thing in the first place when they could just rent it for like $1,000 an hour. Like, why would you pay 15 mil? It doesn't really make sense. And the words bribery or like scandal kind of come to mind, but
yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's one of those things. It's just an unknowable thing, I guess, unless like you find someone within the company. But it's who knows? I mean, people have a million reasons for what they do.
Yeah, and it's not going to change anything going forward, which is what the market cares about.
My next question is like, what makes people start to change their minds, or is it just just purely a function of time and results?
Yeah, you're better at this than me. As you know, my style for over a decade has been, let the market sort it out. But if I had to put my trading hat on, I mean, I would say the next quarter is going to be awful. Their bookings are, the R squared of their bookings to their revenue is like 0.99. Like they have told you what the quarter is going to be. And it is going to be down down 50% year over year. Which, again, their pitch is not, we're going to build it someday. Their pitch is, it's here, use it now, it works. And if that was true, they would have, they'd have revenue and it'd be going up. So I think the quarters are part of it, but I think the bigger part of it is just, we have a bubble in a bunch of different assets, like meme coins are a bubble, this stuff's a bubble. I don't know how you feel about the rocketry companies that are public or the nuclear stuff that's public. But there's a lot of market cap in a lot of stuff that doesn't have much substance. And I'm not saying all that stuff is short or anything, but certainly the meme coins, Fartcoin is a $1 billion asset that's highly liquid. It's not like a fake $1 billion asset. It's like there's $1 billion of liquid value in something called Fartcoin. So like there's too much capital, and the unemployment, I think, is actually probably the best catalyst for these stocks, because I truly think, like, and it sounds weird because I don't know what you think. I'm more curious about what you think, because I think it's like you got people like dunking $2,000 into a Robinhood every other week and chasing these stocks. They're almost all retail held. They have deep like subreddits and like different pockets of crazy people online who I fight with, and like, if these people become unemployed or the rest of their portfolio drops, it seems like it would hurt them. But on the flip side, this bubble could last for a while. You remember the weed bubble. That was like, one of the craziest. I was short Tilray in prison. and it squeezed the shit out of me. So Tilray was like $200 for a few minutes.
Yeah, I guess the other question is, like, on the conference call with this latest quarter, did they start talking up that there would be, like, you know, did they really come out and just say this is a one-off, don't extrapolate this into the future? And did the street, you know, extrapolate it into the future regardless, or start pumping up their numbers or raising estimates or things like that?
No, they were pretty clear. You can listen to it for yourself, but I think they were very clear that it was a one-off. I think one of the funniest things that happened, though, was, you know, every robo AI press release or journalist wrote like D-Wave revenue skyrockets 500%. And like, I think there really are people out there, just like we have record participation of retail in the market, according to some of my friends, that like we now have higher retail participation of the stock market than we had in the dot-com bubble. And, you know, like, this is the stuff that's driving stocks like this, and maybe Palantir and maybe a few others, but the Palantir's a real business. You know, it's like well run and they're growing for a reason. But, you know, this is like, I think just one of the biggest factors here is Nvidia was such a gigantic success, and it was also a success in everyone's face, where it was just like this kind of crappy publicly traded company that became, you know, the king. And I think people want the next Nvidia, and they figure, okay, well, if there's a 1% chance this is the next Nvidia, you know, I'm still sort of smart to buy this. And, you know, they make a lot of noise. Like, they make a lot of like superfluous press releases. Their CEO tweets every day. I tried to ask a question on the conference call. They DK'd that. So, you know, it's a little crazy. Well, that's the thesis. You know, I like Sarepta too, by the way. Just throw that out there.
Yep. We own a little bit.
Cool. And then, do you have any advice for dealing with like JP Morgan credit margin department? Any 2 cents you can give me?
The short answer is no.
So any call you can make for me?
You know, I don't have a relationship there, but I will certainly keep it in mind.
Any chance I could like borrow $7 million overnight real quick? Just, you know.
Overnight?
Yeah.
Something happening tomorrow?
You know, just a certain deadline Jamie Dimon has on me. Anyway, I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for listening.
Awesome.
Let me know what you think. Anytime.
I will. Bye.
See you. That is a good point, user 901. They gave guidance. They gave guidance and they gave guidance a quarter before, and then they stopped giving guidance again, which is like, it's all the rules are being rewritten. It's logic has been thrown out the window, but it's okay. I mean, you can't, like I said many times in the last 2-3 weeks, as I progressively lose my hair, you know, you can't beg for irrational prices on Monday and then curse them on Tuesday when they show up. You know, that's a friend of mine, is a hedge fund manager. He actually just launched his fund. He used to have a fund and closed it, and now he's back. So a good friend of mine, one of my closest friends, actually. I think Sarepta doubles, and then you could sell it or see what happens to the rest of the company. That's interesting, Clavador. Yeah, my friend is a really good fund, but I think I think when you have a hedge fund, you're always raising capital. But he's also, I think he's raised some capital, and now a lot of times, like in a hedge fund world, you want to put your head down and do some performance and then raise capital again. But, you know, that's up to him. But yeah, we're getting him on Godel as well. Yeah, I'll find some more guests. You know, unlike some of the other spaces in hedge funds, people try not to talk too much, and that's why you don't see too many guys on CNBC. Ackman obviously, likes to go on TV, and some of the older heads go on TV, but you don't get too many guys jumping on TV as hedge fund managers. Yeah, it's just gambling. I mean, you got $1 billion worth of stock trading. There's just people throwing their money in a big tumbler to see if they can get it out. Yeah, Sarepta's going to take its time. I mean, it's this broken company in a lot of ways. They how should I put it? I mean, basically they have a drug that it's selling really well. I mean, it's selling $1 billion. So it's broken from the stock market perspective. They got expectations so high that they admitted they were too high. They had to take them back. But if you take away all the stock market bullshit, right, which is really key to do sometimes, and you just say, take out pen and paper and say, okay, what is this drug worth? What is that drug worth? And I spent my whole life buying and selling drug assets. You look at it and you say, forget guidance and expectations and consensus and all that bullshit. What would you pay in a take private transaction if you had Elon Musk's money or someone like that, Buffett's money? So what are these drugs worth? I think it's no brainer. You would buy Sarepta out for $50 and still get a massive return. Still double your money from $50. So I'd offer $50 a share outstanding to take over all of Sarepta. But, I'm not in the drug business anymore. But if I was Retrophin, I'd probably do it. I mean, Sarepta is almost as big as Retrophin. Retrophin is the drug company I started. Now it's TPTX on NASDAQ. So that's the way I look at it. No, I don't need $7 million to cover. Kramer's got his own contract with my competitor, the very boring CNBC. I'm going to try to figure out how to compete more effectively. I think we have more users listening than CNBC. CNBC is obviously on TV, but if you know how CNBC works, in every office on Wall Street, everyone has it on mute. Nobody's actually listening to it. So keep that in mind. Okay, my friend shorted the stock. How about that? That's great. Let's go. So, if he gets it at 13 and I get it at 8, I'm probably never going to make money on this thing, but, at least he'll make some money. Short selling is not easy, of course. I know everything Warren Buffett has said about short selling, including things that have not been said publicly. So don't get it twisted. You trying to lecture me about Warren Buffett? I don't recommend CNBC. I just think for every smart person they have on, they have about 60 people they have on that aren't smart. So, I'd rather listen to one smart person than risk my precious ears listening to their stupidity. Especially they're like anchors and co-hosts. No, I still like it, all of them, Judd, but just make sure you have a little Rigetti too. Yeah, the bankers are fine. Yeah, I mean, I just had a guest, but we will have more guests someday, including, we'll see how much we can invest in streaming, but I do think, we beat a lot of the traffic that, even Bloomberg has when they stream. So if I invest a little bit more and spend a little more time on it, who knows how far we can go with it. But, look, my job is to sell our terminal. We're trying to push out some new features, but struggling a little bit with some complexity issues that are everybody likes Becky. Becky with the hair. Okay, let's look at some requests. Wendy's. What the hell is Wendy's? Okay, Wendy's. There's a WEN token as well, like WEN. Wendy's is 1229. Let's look at some filings at CF on Godel or Bloomberg. Company filings. It's all here. I don't have to do anything. I can even put it on this side of the screen. So I can put my model on the left side. I do have to resize this a little. Okay. So I'm going to make a Wendy's model real quick. $192 shares outstanding. I don't know if you guys can even see this. 2.3 billion market cap. I need a co-host for the stream. That's the number one thing I'm looking for. Because I think I have a place I can get a set. Okay, cash, 335 million. Small amount of investments, but that's about it. Some restricted cash. Debt. A ton of debt. So it's a very levered company. It's actually got more debt than market cap, so really important chat. And I saw Jason Calacanis do this the other day, and I wanted to correct him, but then I'd be teaching him something, which I'd prefer not. But he wanted the list of stocks by lowest PE. And you should never do this yourself, because what happens if you look at low PE stocks? Well, usually they're the companies that have high enterprise value. So like imagine Wendy's has 500 million cash flow. Well, the PE would be 5 times earnings. But that's useless because look at the enterprise value. You have to look at the enterprise value over earnings, which would be a more normal number, like 9 times. So you're just going to basically get a list of levered companies, right? So enterprise value to free cash flow or enterprise value to earnings, a lot better. You still have to pay the debt back. So cash flow goes to the debt, not to the stockholder, right? All right, revenue is dropping over at good old Wendy's, which is not a good sign. I haven't eaten there forever. Not that that makes a difference. I think you really should not listen to Peter Lynch. I don't think you should sit there and think, oh, because I like the product, I like the stock. I honestly think that's the most retarded advice ever given. and like people believed it. Maybe that might have worked 30 years ago, but that does not work today. Do not worry at all about what you think about the company and its product. It is absolutely not going to help you. It's totally useless. It doesn't matter if you like Wendy's or hate Wendy's. It's not going to help you look at the stock. It's going to really cloud your judgment. So I'm absolutely not thinking about the taste of a Wendy's burger right now. It doesn't make a fucking difference. It can literally taste like dog shit. It does not matter. JCal has a girl? I thought he was gay. Yeah, I think you generally are just gonna confuse yeah, no, there are other parts of Lynch that were really helpful, but I don't think his whole go to the mall, see what you like. Like, I think he was just trying to be likable or something, but that stuff's so dumb. You are so dumb. Remember that? Dude, Marcellus Wallace. That was the thing I was referencing earlier. I'm pretty fucking far from okay. We cool, bro? That's me and I on cue.
You want that gun, don't you, Zed? Go ahead and pick it up. Go ahead, pick it up. Come on, Zed, boy. I want you to pick it up. See?
Oh shit.
Step aside, what? Step aside, what?
Butch?
You okay? Nah, man. I'm pretty fucking far from okay.
What now?
What now? Let me tell you what now. I'ma call a couple of hard pipe-hitting niggas to go to work on the homes here with a pair of pliers and a blowtorch. You hear me talking, hillbilly boy? I ain't through with you by damn sight. I'ma get medieval on your ass.
I mean, what now between me and you?
Oh, that what now? I tell you what now between me and you. There is no me and you. Not no more.
There you go. I thought he said we cool.
pretty fucking far from okay. That's a D-Wave on the floor. And Bruce Willis's Ion Q. There you go, Cheyenne. Braffman's retired, man. Let the next generation do it. That's his colleague, Mark Igniflo. Mark started his own firm. So Wendy's is levered up. Let's look at HMS, which is historical multiple stocks. So Wendy's is down 30% from December, or roughly a year ago. So it's been a dog. Let's look at McDonald's as comparison. McDonald's is doing quite a bit better. Starbucks. Basically anything's outperformed. Wendy's only probably Sarepta's underperformed it. Or Sarepta. Yum. So do you want to buy the worst restaurant stock? Wow, Cheesecake's done really well. Chipotle. Oh, Chipotle's been almost as bad as Wendy's. There you have it. Kraft Heinz is not a restaurant company. All right, get back to work. I think Wendy's is mostly franchised, but that's the next thing I'm looking into. Here's cash flow. Cash flow's good. Well, hold on. We gotta look at CapEx too. Wendy's could be a turnaround play. They still got that guy Dave running it. Is that Dave Thomas? Okay, so this is company-owned restaurants. Franchise royalty.
What you talking about? Dave's dead. What? What are you talking about? Man, I'm really not a kid anymore. Starting to think about the things I'm going to do with my son. I got to teach him about Wendy's and Dave Thomas. Time goes by so fast. It's interesting. So we can do a gross profit or gross margin, okay, of each different business. So here is their restaurant revenue. Interesting. Their cost of running a restaurant, approximately 14% margin on the restaurant. Franchise margin, though, how crazy this is. It's 91%. Because they just get a fee. You can have a Wendy's, but you got to give us 10-20% off the top. And that comes with almost no expenses. Amazing, huh? But, you can't just let franchisers, there's only so much that people are willing to franchise. There's all kinds of franchise choices you can make. It's kind of remarkable. And there's no margin in whatever this ad thing is. It's like 9% margin. Kind of amazing, right? The whole thing is franchises. So stores or restaurants, it's 7,308, 5,958 in the U.S., and only 385 are company owned. Only 387 are company owned. And the number of franchisees is only 205. So pretty selective, I guess. So the average franchisee owns like 30 Wendy's. Crazy, right? I'm sure their top franchisee has a ton. Okay. Well, basically, we just go through some financials now to pick apart all this stuff. I'm writing some programs that'll do more of this automatically, but it's very difficult because you have there's every business is different. All right, we can look at the Intelia data, but I'm in the middle of Wendy's. Are you not paying attention? So it looks like a cure. I mean, this should be a big drug. Let's see, why not? It's a little better, Peter, but still not easy. Okay. So, a number of restaurants have been somewhat stable. What do you guys think the average restaurant brings in a year? Average Wendy's in 1 year. Give me a guess, guys. Come on. $2.2 mil. Some of you guys with your troll guesses, guess what? You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned. That's right. So what is one Wendy's worth? $6 million? The average does not depend on the location, correct? Keep working or play with cat. Keep working or play with cat. Play with cat. Well, we can see what the franchise fees are. Because they get 145 in revenue, okay? And then 1/4 from franchisees. I'm going to multiply that by 4. I'm going to divide that by the number of stores I have. 80,000 from each store a year? Not that much. Yeah. So of that 2.2 million, you gotta, yeah, they might have to pay an upfront. Yeah, you gotta kick over 80K. Annualizing it times 4 for 1/4, but I could do it on I did it on the year anyway. You know what? These could be a good little turnaround. I don't know if they charge one time, but it still averages to the right number, and it looks like it's growing every quarter, so call it 80, 90K, whether they collect it one time or not. Hey, stop it, kitty. Stupid kitty. They basically just spent a ton of money advertising to raise awareness of Wendy's, remind you to go eat. That's the business model. No, the stores were flat year over year, and they didn't grow very much the year prior. Well, the year prior actually wasn't terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. So flat for 3 years. Oh, see here's same store sales, which are not great, 1.4%. 3.7, 3.9. And let me get cash flow. Yeah, you know, new burger chains pop up all the time. You know, some of these old-fashioned places like Wendy's may just slowly disappear. Okay, cash flow for the year is not that great. Oh yeah, it's awful. See, I saw the cash flow for a quarter. Well, even with the quarter, I guess I don't know what I was looking at, but this is not a great picture. 18 times EV to earnings. Nine times market cap. I'm not paying a ton of interest expense, so unless you think like AI is going to help these companies a lot, which I don't know. I don't think so. The labor cost is only part of the equation. The restaurant business in and of itself is kind of just a shit show. Wendy's is just like one too many companies in this space. Demand-based pricing. Seems like they may be growing more than I thought, and they're growing maybe a little more deliberately. D-Wave tier. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if the food's good or not. That's not my problem. That's the customer's problem. Revenue's growing. Take a step back. Nine, 10, 4, 3. That's not bad. Could be okay. Could be okay. Certainly not the worst stock in the world. Don't think it's a short. It's almost a long. You know, I kind of like it. I mean, it's definitely one to do more work on. It's intriguing. Almost obvious long, but not quite. ACMR. This is ACM Research. Wafer cleaning equipment. Okay. Ooh, that sounds interesting, Zan. What's that, Joe? You all right, Joe? What's the problem? AMC R is different from AMC. AMC Research, the best AMC of all the AMCs. Then there's AMC Networks too. I don't think Novo's a buy. Listen to me, any of you have a problem with me? It's a big problem, okay? That's when I get mad. You don't want me mad. You got major issues with me, you're gonna have to settle it with me. It's not a game. Consequences will never be the same. You guys playing on my name, you're hurting my feelings. I don't play around like that, man. Stop hurting my feelings.
You know what?
You guys have ruined my life.
I'm gonna tell you right now, this is from her father. You bunch of lying, no good punks. And I know who it's coming from because I back traced it. And I know who's emailing and who's doing it. And you've been reported to the cyber police and the state police. So you better write one more thing or screw with my computer again. You'll be arrested. End of conversation from her father.
You're right, it's fucking gonna come and beat her ass.
And if you come near my daughter, guess what? Consequences will never be the same. You lying bunch of pricks.
See, my house has been like this ever since everybody's been posting stuff about me, okay?
That was the best WWE promo of all time. He's dead. Yeah, that guy died. That's how I feel when some of you guys make fun of me. I feel like her. Whatever she's crying about. The cyber police. Her father. These Zoomers don't know shit about this. What you know about this? We had memes long before you Zoomers. You're feasting merrily, merrily, merrily down these memes. Some of y'all, there were a lot of you guys in prison. That's what I'll say. Some of you weirdos. Voxy. Everybody had a crush on Voxy, even me. Voxy was everyone's internet girlfriend. For all the nerds out there. Okay, Unc. Back in my day, we didn't have the internet. Holding these balloons. Call me Unc again. Go ahead. Call me Unc again. Hurt my feelings again. Oh, there was a guy in our Discord last night that was so lit. It was out of control. A lot of us were like, is this real life right now? That was the craziest thing. My girl was on a plane. She would have enjoyed it too. Was anyone there? You guys have to come to the Discord sometimes. It's fucking crazy. Back traced it. Don't trace routes. We don't trace routes. Who? Me? Foxy was some internet girl that rose to fame. Who? Me? I'm on Discord literally all the time. For better or worse. My chess ranking sucks. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, yesterday we had the wildest guy show up. He was fucking going nuts. Yeah, GR, sometimes it's the company telling them what to estimate. Sometimes they're guesstimating. There's no real rhyme or reason. You know, you can also see how those numbers have declined and changed over the years. Like D-Wave once said they would do hundreds of millions of revenue by now. IonQ is even funnier. Those growth projections proved a little aggressive. Boxy had my heart. It's Boxy? It was an affectation, but it was crazy. There was a lot, you know, look, I mean, kids, you know, including when I was younger, everyone's trying to fit in and like find themselves and see who they are. And it comes to a lot of subculture type things, punks, goths, you know, whatever, jocks. I mean, anything that could help you affiliate or be part of a group where you feel comfortable, people will try it. Isn't this the one that Bagahondor liked, QS? I would just short it. You can't shorten a stock, but you can short a stock. Oh yeah, memes were forwarded by email a long time ago. There was a guy on Wall Street that was like the king of memes. He liked the best meme list. I haven't tried Codex yet because I have to do two-factor. I saw my girl try it out though. That's cool. A lot of these AI agent products, they just don't work that great, man. I used to love I Can Has Cheeseburger. Icon. Carl. Yeah. Most of these agent systems just don't work. You're the man now, dog. So these guys make wafer cleaning equipment. It's an American company that owns a bunch of a Chinese company. I don't think it's a big deal. Much better than a VIE or something. %74 of the revenue is wafer cleaning equipment.
trying to figure out if they need to sell more boxes. Cleans 300 wafers an hour. They've sold to SMIC, SK Hynix, a couple I recognize. Shanghai Huhong, apparently a big Chinese foundry. I don't recognize a lot of these. Oh wow, they're 15% of revenue. YMTC, 12% of revenue. PXW, 12% of revenue. People really need more machines after they buy. Looks like some order every other year. Wow, look at the revenue growth. Yeah. Drug companies will probably get more revenue now, thankfully. Yeah, I don't think 23andMe is going to make much of a difference. Regeneron's been excited about genetics for a while, but I'm not sure what fruit it's borne. Don't know why D-Wave's so strong, but what can you do? Yeah, I like Regeneron. I calculated that the stock price is worth where it's trading at just for Dupixent alone. You get everything else for free. Now, you might argue there's not a whole lot of everything else, but they are going to try to kind of replace Dupixent a little bit with one of their own drugs, which they won't share with Sanofi. So that's kind of a plus. They obviously have an oncology business, which is okay.
What's up, 1-2? 1-2, 1-2. Yeah, I went to the pharmacy the other day to get some Dupixent. It's $5,000 a month. They're like, we're still working on the insurance. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure I need insurance. $5K. Who the fuck prices these drugs? Martin Shkreli? Well, I go to the pharmacy. I'm a celebrity. Got the pharmacist high-fiving. What's up? Pharmatech. Asking for autographs. Corweave. Big tendies. Paid by the company? Or half paid by insurance? Yeah, I don't think Pfizer's short because of whistleblower election interference. No, I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Bam. I saw you, Squeege. I don't have anything to report on that front. Oh, paid by Regeneron. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I can get some coupon or something like that. Did I just pay cash? No, I think most people don't like to pump stocks because by the time they turn around and sell them, liquidity's gone and you end up hurting yourself more than you help yourself. Try it sometime, you'll see. Let's see. What wafer cleaning equipment does TSM use? If they get TSM, their revenue would triple. I guess Lam Research sells cleaning systems. And maybe they buy them from ACM too, but so they could be kind of an H100 play. Doopy won't go generic for a little bit. Fabrication of a 10-bagger is what they call this report. Let's see if it makes sense. It's very, very dependent on China. I guess he's saying China wants to win the semiconductor market. They want their own fabs. ACMR has already 10x their revenue growth. Do you still have to trust China? Which I don't. So they own the Chinese subsidiary. The Chinese subsidiary is listed and trades for $6 billion, but the company in America listed trades for $1 billion. What the F? Can we short the Shanghai stock? Now that's an ARB. Exactly, Mir. The margin requirements are really high, but you could theoretically short the stock. I like it. That's when I fly over to Shanghai and Xi Jinping is waiting for me. President Xi, so nice to meet you. I'm Martin Shkreli. I know who you are, Mr. Shkreli. Okay, sit down. All right, Mr. Gee, everything okay? Oh! What was that for? I see you've taken to short selling of Chinese stock. Mr. Xi, President Xi, I can explain. Ow! You will explain nothing. All you will do is cover your short and go long and explain to your investors that you made a grave mistake shorting China. Okay, Mr. President Xi. I'm sorry. Very well, Mr. Skrelly. Now return to your country and never come back. You're Winnie the Pooh! Ah! Ordinarily, I don't give a shit if you short our normal companies, Mr. Skrelly. Semiconductor is very special to me. We must defeat Taiwan. Deeper value. That's Japan. Deeper value investment. Mr. Sukareri, you make a deeper value investment with our Japanese fund. Oh, yes, I will. Thank you very much. Here in Japan, you are not a criminal. I'm sorry, what'd you say? I said, here in Japan, you are not a criminal. Come again? Here in Japan, you have not committed crime. Oh, yes. Yes, yes. Hi. So you're welcome to manage our insurance funds. Thank you. I will. Fucking D-Wave, man. What a crackhead. I bet you Alan is watching right now from his pool house in Miami Beach. Stack of cigars and cocaine. Goddamn Mongolians. So this company had 30 million in revenues just 8 years ago. Now they have $1 billion. Leading domestic supplier of wafer cleaning tools. So the thesis is China is going to spend billions on semiconductor equipment because we're not going to sell it to them. maybe finally the roast deal is happening. Or the big seller is finally done selling. Either way, I'll take it. Could use some fucking good luck. I wouldn't say going bananas. It's just been down for so long. Get a little relief rally. I wish it was a little more obvious, Amir. I'm with you. It does feel local top. A lot of the defensive stocks are working. Yeah. Our favorite near-term indicator is Fartcoin, and Fartcoin's down a bit, so. Yeah, I don't know, Josh. It's not the end of the day quite yet, but yes, let's hope Sarepta gets back to 40s, 50s, 60s. It was way oversold, so I would not be surprised. Great company, it's a feel-good company. They're making drugs for dying kids. It's a fantastic mission. My friend left his hedge fund career to join them. Years of trading stocks at hedge funds, he decided, I want to do something good. So it's definitely, the stock you can feel good about owning. You think about health in the abstract, and when you meet somebody with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, it's brutal. We made comments earlier on the U.S. income statement. Yeah, let's hope we get 5 or 6 more of these for Sarepta. I couldn't believe my eyes when it was dropping like a rock that day. Holy moly. OnlyFans, big market cap, man. Yeah, this AMCR looks like a long, but I just don't trust China at all, man. China's unemployment, they stopped reporting it. The US isn't going to want to support this. I thought Lam Research sold this stuff too. If over time they get the US semi market, I mean, they'll do really well. Yeah, it looks like a good long. Interesting. I had something like that, Amir. Yeah. Thanks, Josh. J&J is a little light. I mean, maybe even a little overvalued. J&J is a weird one. Kind of overly reliant on Darzalex, and Darzalex not gonna last forever. Solar's going generic now. I don't know how they replace these. They're both $10 billion drugs. It's gonna be tricky. Yeah, I couldn't find a good value in BMY either. Cobenfy is probably gonna disappoint now. I don't think that drug works. They got one successful trial and one failed trial. That's not good. Do I have this time right? It is the end of the day, isn't it? My time says 12:55. Why is that? Shoot. Shit. Oh my. It is 4 o'clock. How time goes. I must be on California time. I had no idea what time it is. I haven't been in California in a while. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. I don't know, maybe my girl changed this computer around. You want the widescreen? I can do that. I can get the widescreen again. You don't like this? SPY closing up fractionally here, up 11 basis points. Day's not over. Okay. Scientology. No, I don't think I'd ever be a Scientologist. Illegal new line after throw. Wow, strange. Thought I could just put that wherever I wanted. I need Copilot. Can I just do this? Nibbles is going through heat. Oh, hello. It's trashy time. You want some treats? Yes, I love you. What? Yes, that's right, William. 1 every 4 years. I don't know much about Greenblatt. Yeah, it's 5%. 5% Sarepta.
Net income and free cash flow become the same thing. Interesting, Caitlin.
Next it all together, the entire ecosystem of 150 companies that came together to build this architecture and the entire ecosystem in technology and software in industry.
No, 20% Sarepta is, it's a lot, but the nice thing about Sarepta is they have a portfolio of drugs outside of their gene therapy that are very valuable. So like the worst case scenario is not that bad. The worst case scenario is their gene therapy drug somehow, you know, explodes on launch. Yeah, I'm not using my normal microphone, so I'll grab that soon. I like that. Go back here. Do I make some room? Who's texting me? Kind of want to keep this bishop. I sold the Charles River. I needed a win. It's been brutal in Strellyville. Welcome to Strellyville. You guys remember the Nelly song? I need to get my chess rating up about 500-600 points. Okay. I'm gonna take this, but he can check. But maybe I don't care. I'm gonna take it. He takes, I check, I move. He has to take back. I don't know. Maybe I gotta protect it first. But I don't want to. I don't want to weaken the light squares either. I might have to weaken the light squares. And how else to protect it? You want me to vibe code a chess program? I'd rather vibe code that game. Okay. The cryptic knight move. Goodbye, light squared bishop. Now what? This pawn is hanging. Very awkward, very awkward. Not too many places to put this bishop. Not too many ways to defend this pawn. Ay, ay, ay. Putting the pieces back in the... back in the first row. Rank? First file? Rank, rank. File, rank, row, all the same thing. Don't give me hints, please. Don't give me hints. I don't want any hints. You bastards. It's pretty wild. I can't really do anything here. That's how bad my position is. Alejandro, I see you there. Oh, Alejandro. Big baggy. I'm a big baggy for real. I'm screwed. There's no way out. I'm gonna try for a little counterplay. Please don't give me hints, guys. This is kind of what I wanted. Knight takes. Problem is I don't have a great square for my queen. Okay, what? Why? Why do you let me go? Let me go. This is crazy. What the fuck are you doing? That was crazy. Oh, Sam? Sam, are you upset? Sam, you're upset at me? What'd I do to you, Sam? Hell did I do to you? $17.38. Hey, I like hear what's up, hello. Why you mad, Sam? Don't be mad at me, man. Yeah, I'm not a big venture guy. It's very different from my skill set. Oh, I love to hear that you're up, Simon. I'm like, hey, what's up, hello. I never let it go. Baby. Too many safe places for that night. Is there a safe place for this night? Only E8. Whoa! What'd he just do? What'd he just do? Shit. How you do that? You tell me I didn't have that pawn protected? God damn it. Okay. I got something for him. Check. He takes, I take. No, it's not gonna work. Damn, man. Shit. Yeah, 50% might be a bit too much. I lost this pawn. My girl gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me for losing that pawn. I should do a Fetty Wap classical remix. UNH suspended guidance. I don't know if that's as bad as it sounds or what, but I don't know. I'm not down with the UNH dropping their guidance. It's not a great sign. Okay. Think, Skrully, think. I want to take that. Where's he going otherwise? I don't see an obvious place. And then after H3, I actually don't know if he has a safe... Okay, he's going F2. Got it. Okay. F2 is not good for me. Do I take it? I got a pretty vicious attack. I think I take it. Now I just gotta get this bishop off the first rank and get rook G1. Okay, probably needed something a little more immediate, but I think I'm okay. Okay, this is kind of take. Oh, perfect. That was really nice. The doubled pawns helped me there. This queen's tied down at F5. The rooks are out of the game completely. Would he just take a pawn? Man, you crazy? Okay, let's see. C2 is hanging. Take. He takes. I can check. He takes. Take. Check. Let's see. Is there a better solution here? He's also threatening to check here. Okay. Check. He has to go back to G or H8 after check. I think he's cooked. So after this, he's very cooked. The bishop is pinned, and hanging, which is not good. You can also take on f6, which is not good. Damn. I think I fucked this whole pack up. This is still intriguing because unfortunately I'm going to lose f6. Too much sacrifices. c3 and game's basically over. f3, c3. Oh, he didn't do it. Bishop b2. I don't know why he'd do that. That seems like really ill-advised. He still has queen a1 if I try to... I guess I'm covering all checks here. Right? Yeah. It's frustrating because I can't play queen a1. I can't let him play queen a1. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So little I can do. So little. Okay. Yikes. So brutal. I hung a pawn so early on. This is useful. I think I can work virtually all day, guys, so I have no obligations. I can rock and roll till the wheels fall off. Programming, investing all night long. Who's down? Good Perth, I think. That gives me reminds me to make a call. I don't think anybody even plays checkers anymore. It's kind of good for kids. Okay, so this file has all the filings. Well, those two files have every SEC filing of Eli Lilly since 1994. Yeah, so I guess here, castle or b takes c3. We'll review the whole game. Can't even find legal go moves. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen bishop b4 here before. But yeah, I don't like that question mark next to your name. It sounds shady to me. It's just shady to me. Get that question mark out of here. Okay, well, yeah, we can go to the next move. I mean, I think castle was fine. Knight f6. Okay, give me a second. Knight f6. e5 was best. I don't know why I delayed e5. I played it a move later. It was too late. I played it the worst possible move, evidently. Okay, so knight g5, terrible. Castle, I'm still much worse off. a3 is good. Bishop takes f7 is fine. I thought about it. Then I played the insane e5, which is like just basically loses on the spot. And just trying to crawl my way back to a better position. I think I kind of do that here. You know, he took on f3 when he shouldn't have, allowing me to get a lot of momentum with a good attack. Now I'm sort of back to where I was, not bad. But the move here, I mean, I found f4 is fine. And now I'm winning. I found rook takes g4. That was best. I did it. Now I'm evidently winning, so I'm finding all the best moves. f5 is correct, according to the engine. And here, okay, here is where everything fell apart. I was getting a little too cocky. I knew my position was looking really good. And this is where I got a little cocky. I did not see bishop e3. So what does bishop e3 accomplish? The idea of bishop e3 is if queen takes c3, bishop d4. See, I tunnel visioned here. I didn't even realize I was hanging c3. So the whole game goes from plus 3 or 4 eval to minus 2. Look how sharp that is. I did not see C3 hanging, and by extension A1 hanging. So there goes that. Now the game's basically over. Yeah, I kind of tunnel visioned here, but after bishop d3, c5, bishop takes c3 is sort of looks free, but oh, it's not bishop d4, because then the other bishop's hanging. So you got to play. Oops, what did I just do? Rook. Bishop d3 takes. Now it's rook c1, and now you're threatening maybe potentially winning the queen. And white is still up a lot. f6. I'm not sure what f6 does. King g8. Rook from f to e8. Let's try f6. Okay, now I'm trying to maneuver inside to get to the closer to a mate. Rook from a to e8. And now comes the bishop sacrifice. Queen g6 first, maybe. King h8, queen takes h6. Can play back and forth. And now you can take. Okay. And now you take here. He can't take back because of mate, right? Or no? f6. Queen takes c2. Yeah, it's kind of over, isn't it? Isn't it? Interesting. No, Elo's a little overvalued on Lee chess. I've been this Elo my whole life. You gotta subtract a few 100 points. Yeah, I've done puzzles. I want to read the Kasparov book, though. My Great Predecessors. The Tarash. Puzzle Elo is real Elo? I don't know about that. You think? The last over-the-board chess game I played Black against the Tarash, and I just got smoked. It was brutal. Yeah, I don't think you should mess around with Novavax. It's like a peak meme retail name. I don't know why people care about it so much.
Yeah, this little kid, 8 years old. Maybe he's 9 years old. He was like the best, second or third best 9-year-old in the whole country. He fucking smoked me. It was painful. I want to quit right there. Yeah, that's good, Lunar. Yeah. Ugh, I just spilled all over myself. Terrifying. Okay. Ugh. Gotta take my shirt off. Takes. Check. I love this sacrifice. I might just have to do it regardless of the outcome. This is so bold, so strong, so beautiful, so unsound. Well, the big question is, where does he take? He doesn't even have to take it. I kind of think he has to take. Maybe he has to take it. Of course, this son of a bitch is watching me right now. No, I think you take. Knight takes check. And white is fine after king, king f8. He calculated it. The problem is I can't take here. I blocked the mate attempt, thankfully, but it's still a little dicey. I definitely flipped the script. Hell, flipped the script. Trying to find some forcing variations here. Not quite. Oh, could I have taken bishop? Could have taken the bishop. Right? Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up? I fucked up. Well, we can worry about that after the game. Guys in prison are hilarious. They're like, oh, you playing after chess. When you used to try to do what's called in chess a post-mortem, which is looking at the moves after. Like, oh, you play after chess. I'm like set up the pieces, let's play again. Like, damn. I'm still fucking, I still have the mate threat. Hasn't gone away. And you know what? What the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Who does man think he is? Then I knew who he was. Soldier boy, tell him. You like knight g5? How was I supposed to respond to this? I don't remember. What was the game plan? Sir? Sir? You had a game plan. Oh, sure, Nikes. Forgot about that. This is Stockfish. Watch. The engines know that sometimes you don't want pawns. Sometimes you don't need them. Where's this guy going? Oh, not too much time left here. I'm like, it was a hello. Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. What's the scenario? How you like me now? How you like me now? Look at these moves. Moves like Jagger. What else? What else? Tell him, Screlly. All right, out of time here. Anything hanging? I don't got much, man. I don't got much going on. Oy, oy, oy. Almost. Had some tactics there, but it's over. I tried my hardest. $30. Even my flag. Oh, me my flag. Oh shit! It's over! I win! Yo. Hey yo. What's up? What's up? What's up? What you trying to do? What's up? What's up? What's up? 500 rating points difference. What's up? It's your 500 point ass. What's up? Oh nah. Oh no, you ain't gonna do it like that. Oh nah. Cause I'm nasty with it. Ah, I'm nasty with it. Ah, you ain't nasty with it. Ah, I'm nasty with it. Home on the range. It's over, buddy. Rest in pieces. Ow! I don't know about flex on him. I got lucky. Let's go. I never let it go. Oh, nice. What's up, Incendiate? Thank you. Yeah, I just got lucky. That's asthma drug. Trilogy. It's a trilogy. Galley gas, motherfucker. Now I have to download Spotify. Android. Let it go. Forgot which. You do not have a Spotify account. Okay. Let me see here if this one. What songs do you guys want to hear? New Yay. Where's the new Yay? They got the old Yay. Push me to the edge. Phantom, that's alright. It's all white. Like something you ride a sled. I just want that head. My brilliant her man. A brilliant her man. King Vaughn.
Pretty girl, all she ever do is take selfies. So she only fucking with a nigga cause I'm wealthy. Back when I was broke, I couldn't find no one to help me. Now it ain't a motherfucking thing that can tell me. Gang got the rhythm, make the ladies go crazy. Dollar got a stroke, make her wanna have my babies. Busy got a baddie on the couch with him right now. If that pussy good, I'ma put her on a flight. On side, when I see you, it's on side. When your man ain't loving you right, somebody else will. And I might be that somebody else for real. Tonight, tell her you ain't coming home tonight. And you won't be alone, no lie. You know I'ma slide, slide, slide. Slide it, slide it. Would you ride? Baby, would you ride with me? Slide it, slide it. Would you ride? Baby, would you ride for me? She know what I like. Get me in a twilight. Headed to the high rise. Cruising like eyes wide shut. But I slide in it like a drive-by. The industry don't like me. Tell them pussy niggas likewise. They try to hit me with the side night. Nice try. If you play with one of my guys, it's gonna be a homicide twice. We gon' paint the city red as tie-dye, ass tie. Addicted to the Nightlife, jumping off a jet skydive. Your life a movie, mine a sci-fi. Told a friend she a 10, I lied. Really she in a high fives. Slide it. Would you ride? Baby, would you ride with me? Slide it. Would you ride? Baby, would you ride for me? Slow motion, what you got? Going rogue, someone left the stove open, we too hot. It was double R, we was Range Roving with the Rocky Rolly Rolls Royce. Rough Rider anthem, just a drop. Reach for the popcorn, ooh, that's my top. Got my heart broke, I like that bitch a lot. Time moving slow, I ain't tripping though. I thought you had to know. I'm moving slow. I just thought you had to know. I'm moving slow. You were the only thing that felt like home. I thought I had it all. Going
Ciao, kitty.
messages that stored on my phone with questions like, I'm not alone. You are the only thing that felt like time moving slow. Time moving slow. Time moving slow. Enjoy the time moving slow. Oh, yeah. Enjoy the run it. Believing you niggas, I see through you niggas, exceeded the limits, took over my story and rewrote the ending I did. Had to show up and deliver that shit. Had to yacht out on the ocean, I did. Go ahead, cry me a river, you bitch. You try to bring me to my lowest, I still brought the vision, I see through the blinds. When everyone is a sign of the times, niggas been falling behind. I got some images stuck in my mind. I gotta hit them the perfectest time. We finna get it this time. We going bigger this time. Feeling like jigging is prime. Time moving slow. I thought you had to know. Time moving slow. I thought you had to know. Time moving slow. Enjoy the time moving slow. This ain't cheddar, this quiche.
Iffies. Where my iffies at?
Tape on the gun, can't miss. Tape on it. Shake on it. Shake on it. Shot it, keep fucking my bones. Moving too fast, about to break something. Shot it, keep out of my phone. You keep doing that, I'ma break something. Break something. say I'm in them. Medical plans, I'm all in the dental. Be like a dog, I'm fresh out the kennel. Niggas say gas, they rolling up fennel. Ain't on my level, little bitch, don't reach. Always hollering about you rich, we reach. This ain't no regular cheddar, this quiche. You ain't outside, I wish it was different. You ain't outside, I wish it was
My girl likes
different.
quiches.
I'm dragging my nuts, got my dick out the dirt. Put it right in her butt, got her twerking and twerk. If that my little bitch, she gon' listen to dirt in the trenches with her been uncomfortable. I was crushing on you, now I'm fucking on you. Steady busting on you, now you love me. Haters gon' say you just want my little paper, but who am I?
Oh shit, Kodak.
The foreign imported from Saudi Arabia. Like how you ride that like a gangster spray. Easy can turn the deal into an angel. My name just should be in time. Cause dollar signs get my deal at. Got a bitch high shit out of her mind. Bail on the trip, I done took her to 6 flat.
Is that him? I think it's him.
Sometimes I can't believe I'm still alive. She told you I ain't had it, but she lied. Boy, don't play with me, you know I'm proud. Boy, don't play with me, you know I'm proud. She giving blowjobs and I apply. She say she's starving, order her some fries. Then I ate the breast and the thighs. Then I gave the rest to the guys. You was typing crazy out your mind. This is not a typo, we reply.
Okay, so we're going to read some of this Kasparov book. Hope that's not too boring. But let's see if I get an analysis board. I don't even know how it works. There we go. Okay. So let's see. The stages in the development of chess resemble the path taken by everyone who proceeds from a beginner to a player of high standard. Initially, they all unconsciously reproduced the manner of play in the 16th and 17th centuries, never missing a chance to give a check, bringing the queen immediately into play, and not thinking about the development of all the pieces, launching a dashing attack on the king. The combination either succeeds or turns out to be incorrect. The level of defense is terrible, and there is absence of any plan. This style became known as the Italian school. A manuscript of its representative Greco is full of miniatures resembling those that occur with all novices. Let's look at one. e4, e5, knight f3, queen f6, the Greco defense. Pretty terrible move there. Bishop c4. La Bourdonnais gambit. Well, anyway, queen g6 is to take the g2 pawn. That's the idea behind that. Castle. Free pawn here, right? But and black can't take back as a knight g5. So let's king e7. Rook e1. Queen has to move. Well, better square than f4. Rook takes with check. It's looking grim for black. Now I can take on f7. d4, which looks kind of slow, but it's got this discovered attack on the queen. Queen's got to move, so why not f6? So we can toss this somewhere else. Knight g5 check. King's run out of squares here. He's got one legal square, right? King g6. Now queen comes into the game. Queen d3. very limited places the king to go. He can interpose, but lose the piece, and he's back to where it was. It's now king h5, and then g4 check. Now where to? But it's looking pretty ugly there. Mate in 1, no matter what. So here, checkmate. He can take here, still checkmate. Go here, still checkmate 1 with this. It's a double check. There's still bishop here. Okay, so these little miniatures are fun. They're not too useful, but here's a French one. d4, knight f6, Mediterranean defense, attacking e4 immediately. Not the best move. So bishop d3, and we've got knight c6, knight f3, kind of relatively normal stuff here. Bishop e7, a little passive. h4, immediately planning for attacking the castle position, black castles anyway. e5, knight d5, and now we've got a sacrifice, most likely here, yeah. And this is pretty much game over, which is pretty wild. So knight comes crashing in, bishop almost obligatorily has to take, but what is worse? Mate in 5, basically, at this point. After h takes with the check, discover check, I gather if king g8, then queen's going to come to h8. There's no way to stop the mate. What's going to happen there? You can run, but you can't hide. And that covers that square. And black can only forestall it. So h takes g5, king comes out to g6. It's kind of wild as well. Now bishop d3, or queen d3 is the move suggested, but queen h5 is even faster. King f5, actually Kasparov does see that correctly. h7, poor king, I feel bad. g6 is in an inner position. Checkmate there. Funny. Let's look at another one. e4, e5, f4. This is King's Gambit. Crazy counter gambit. f5. This is the Penteldocus counter gambit. One of the oldest. 1625 game from Greco. Very dubious, needless to say. So e takes f5. Queen wants to have some fun. g3. Queen goes back to e7, waiting for discovered attack here. Queen h5, dubious indeed. King's going to move to d8, but he said that better was f takes e5. And white is fine after queen e2, of course. Instead, king comes to d8. F takes e5, queen takes e5 check. Bishop's going to come to e2, which is bad, but queen e2 is better. Even if after queen takes h5, bishop h3 with pretty good momentum there. So anyway, bishop e2 is the weak move. This is a very classic game of chess. Knight f6, scaring the queen, but only repositioning it. Interestingly, engine says, what is the engine saying? d4 here. Ignore the threat. But queen f3 is the move that was played. d5. And then g4 is the big mistake, apparently. The engine says it's not that bad. h5 is the good move. h3 is where things start to go downhill, I guess. H takes. Rook takes, queen takes, and now everyone loves this diagonal. King d1, knight's going to come in. Queen takes with check. Yeah, every beginner's mistake there. Knight to f3. But here comes mate. Discovered attack. Double check. Only 2 squares left. If king d1, well, what happens if king d1? You get a smothered mate. If king e1, mate right away. So lots of violent chess. Kasparov said, "What is this if not a monument to the era?" This smothered mate. What is this if not a monument to the era? However, Greco has some theoretically valuable variations. A famous attack with a rook sacrifice in the Italian game. Let's take a look. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Still played quite often. I played d4 here, but bishop c4, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, sometimes called the Guicho piano or quiet game. d4, e takes, c takes, bishop b4 check, knight c3, knight takes e4, castle, bishop takes. Oh no, knight takes. Bishop takes is better. So knight takes, e takes, bishop takes, and this is the mistake, I guess. d5 is better in this case. So bishop takes e3 is a mistake. Now queen comes to b3, threatening a lot of shenanigans here. Bishop a3 is actually even better. Very foolish move there. d5 saves the day, but king f8, and now it's kind of over. Knight has to get in the way. I think most people have seen this game before. Bishop takes on d4. Bishop g6, which is very devastating. Mate's being threatened, of course, on f7. So d5 intervenes there. Comes f3. Bishop can jump on h5. Bishop takes. Bishop takes. It's a discovered check. I think only one legal move. 2 legal moves. Leaves the queen open, or, and this is mate in 6, or and you can't take back because that's mate. I'll go back to another variation. Back here, bishop a3 is stronger, and I'm curious why. After this, the rook gets to interpose. I see.
Queen's gone no matter what. Cool. And then what else did I want to check out? I guess here, knight takes was wrong. Bishop takes was better. So after bishop takes, there's no taking back with, well, I guess I could take back, but this doesn't work because even queen e1 is fork right there. But knight takes, or bishop takes is better. D5 is a stronger move here. 5. We're gonna, okay. Queen e2. Can only save one piece, right? So knight takes is questionable. B takes c3. D5 is way better here. D5 is basically even game. So instead bishop takes. Queen b3 is a little weaker than bishop a3. And here again d5 is right. Just curious real quick. Bishop takes a1 is like greedily hunting material down. It's funny that knight takes d4 is actually superior to bishop e7 there. And here d6 is met with the same bishop g6. Which will lead to mate eventually. Very cool. Okay. The masters of that time, writes Lasker, found a sound and fruitful plan, disregarding pawns, achieve a rapid development of the pieces for a swift attack on the enemy king. To oppose this counterplan was worked out. Develop the pieces in solid positions, accept the sacrifices, and then win, thanks to material superiority. The masters of the first type found and carried out brilliant combinations, while the masters of the second type devised a systematic exchange as a means of weakening in the end parrying the attack. The masters of the first type were the inventors of gambits, whereas the second type discovered the guicio piano, quiet play. The fianchetto and the Sicilian defense. Who would have known then that the modest Sicilian would become the main and sharpest opening of our time? The gambit combative mood reigned in chess until the mid-18th century, until the appearance of François-André Danican Philidor. Philidor was an astounding player and a well-known composer. And one of the founders of French comic opera. Philidor used to visit the Café de la Régence in Paris when he learned the game from the strongest French player, Legal, who does not remember this famous mate. You know, this is used to be called Legal's mate, but I guess it's Legal. So it's e4, e5, bishop c4, d6, knight f3, bishop g4, very famous. Knight c3, g6, knight takes, bishop takes, and of course mate in 2 here. In a match in 1747, he crushed the talented Syrian player Stama, the inventor of the algebraic notation, wow, and the author of a popular collection of 100 problem and study positions. Philidor was so much stronger than his contemporaries that from that point until the end of his life, he played them all, only by giving away odds.
Therefore, the most significant chess event of the era was not his victories, but his creation of an absolutely innovatory manual, l'analyse des jeux d'échecs. About 100 editions came out from 1749 to 1777. Philidor was the first to subject the openings to a systematic scientific study and to draw up certain game-playing principles. As a counter to the reckless peace attacks in the style of the Italian school, which in the 18th century were personified with the masters from Modena, Lally, Del Rio, and Ponziani, he was the first to put forward a positional plan based on distinctive pawn theory. Pawns are the soul of chess. On their correct or bad arrangement depends the success of attack or defense. The art of playing with them decides the fate of the game. Pawns in front, pieces to the rear. This, expressed briefly, was Philidor's plan. Here's a typical example. Let me see if I can edit the board here. I don't know how. Board editor. Cool. Okay, we good? Looks good. Is it white to play? Okay, cool. All right, so it's white to play. The move is knight g3, and the threat is f5. Okay, knight e3, posting the knight. The knight advances to cut off communications between white pieces and break the strength of his pawns, which he would undoubtedly do by pushing his g-pawn, but white prevents him from sacrificing his rook. Rook takes e3. Computer says no. Rook from a to e8. The inhibiting rook to a to e8 would appear to be the more tenacious, although here too white has an appreciable advantage. So again, computer says it's even. Philidor says it's... Remember, this is 400 years ago almost. Rook to e1. Again, black thinks... computer thinks black's fine. So the rook e1 is so that the e5 pawn should not be left in the lurch when f5 is played. Queen takes b3. This is probably pretty weak here, allowing the attack to start. Queen e4. Queen e6 to defend g6. F5 here. Again, queen b3, Peter says is fine. But he played g takes. And then g takes. Here it is, Philidor's dream. Queen d5. I'll join that game in a second. Queen takes d5. Check. C takes d5. Bishop takes b5. White does not even have a pawn for the exchange, but his pair of connected passed pawns is very strong, needless to say. Knight b6. And here's f6. If you have a light squared bishop, you should place your pawns in dark squares. Well, naturally. If a dark squared bishop, then on light squares, since then your bishop will prevent the enemy pieces from establishing themselves between your pawns. One of the classic rules of Philidor, which was later adopted by Steinitz. Steinitz was the first world champion. Rook b2, bishop d3, king f7. Very weak move. Now bishop f5. Similarly weak, I guess. Knight c4. Knight h5 with the unavoidable e6. G8 check. Bishop d4. Knight d2. e6, g6, and f7. e6. Then the pawn e6 promotes the queen and white wins. For example, rook f8, knight f4 check, king g7, bishop h5, and then e7, e8. Cool. All right, let's play this game against presumably a viewer. He left. Right. Philidor discovered the eternal principle of the coordination of the forces. Genuine attacks are carried out by the united efforts of many pieces. In this respect, his best pupil was Morphy. And he formulated several other valuable rules. An attack should never be begun before the pawns leading it are thoroughly supported, and they should be deployed in a compact chain of phalanx. Pawns, especially central ones that have advanced to the 5th rank, lose part of their strength, since then they can easily be attacked. By the enemy pawns from the 6th rank, a direct panegyric upon the Elachian defense. It is always advantageous to exchange your f-pawns for the e-pawns, since this leads to the seizure of the center in addition to the opening of a file for the rook, the ideology of the king's gambit. Playing in accordance with the pawn theory was often protracted, concluding deep in the endgame. Philidor's investigative gift vividly displayed itself in this field too. An enormous step forward was provided by his now classical analyses of the endings of rook and pawn against rook, rook and bishop against rook, queen and rook against pawn, or queen against rook and pawn, and so on. It is from typical endgame positions that the concept of a plan originates. However, the problem for the further development of chess was that the great French master, wait, what? There's no advantage here, right? Check. Was that the great French master was too far ahead of his time. No one was able to play successfully in the manner proposed by him, it all reduced to protracted and fruitless maneuvering. The chess world was simply not yet ready for the general principles of positional play, especially in closed positions. Speaking of which, let me start getting this ready. Oh shit, nice. Brutal. Ooh, yeah. Knight g6 was bad. g6 was better. Whew. Yeah, ARQQ is kind of trash. Okay. Ah.
Now you spilling out your side. Boy, don't play with me, you know I'm. Boy, don't play with me, you know I'm right. Pray on our enemies when we die. We just hope the feds take a bribe. Only one gon' walk away when we collide. $20, y'all is fucking mine. Them bitches came with dollar, they all dimes. They often blow jobs and I apply. They all starving or am surprised. Then that lick the best in the thighs. Bitch, don't play with me, you know I'm. Boy, don't play with me, you know I'm right. Swerving in the lamb off the lot. 5% to 10 with no top. They let me in my city like I'm pop. Remember when we used to window shop? Now I just went the Porsche to the Mars.
My code.
They caught me the chain with the cross.
There it is.
Throw some hundos in the wash. Baby, take a seat and take it off. So much else on me, I can't defrost. When that was saying I got off. Boy, don't play with me, you know I. Boy, don't play with me, you know I. She said she leaving a project. She wanna meet me at a Wisconsin. She looking pretty, she looking gorgeous. We making love, but we heartless. She want ass shots, give a face shot. Back at the Maybach, yo, get saved, yeah. Tryna get saved, yeah. Who am I to
Yeah. I don't know if you can short it, Taylor.
I started to play League of Legends again. Try. Let's see. Well, it's pretty simple. I think Burcoin's a really good barometer for market sentiment. So EM is just earnings matrix, not metrics. Let me see. So the earnings per share are just what they are, and you could also look for sales. But you know, it's pretty easy to understand. I don't know. Is there something you don't understand about it that's unclear? How expensive is Apple? PS is price to sales, so that's market cap divided by revenue. Not a real big Intel fan. Doesn't look like it's moving much after hours. There might have been a block trade or something, but looks kind of quiet. I just use the latest version of Excel. Yeah, I can look at Sezzle. Wow, what a winner. Well, the market usually punishes any situation like that too. Be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, most industries are not one winner takes all, you know? There's an interview of the IonQ CEO from years ago. I think it's worth watching. Thank you. Both my cats are here, lurking and smirking in the background. We've got Nibbles and we've got Trashy. Sure, Connor. Make sure you subscribe to Godel, godelterminal.com. You can even use the free version. A lot of smart people in Godel. Kirk. We even got insiders for that good old MNPI. Just kidding. We do not want MNPI. Do not give us MNPI. Yeah, I go every day. I don't know the first thing about deep sea mining. Gosh, kitty. Some programming. You guys want to see some League of Legends? Well, in this portfolio that I'm trading for this YouTube, I think it's 30% of the portfolio, D-Wave. Well, thank you for repeating your question. Kind of, Cheyenne, kind of. I play support. I play Civ. I can play video games all day. I don't think it's a good idea, though. The computer literally blew up while I was playing a ranked game. These are all my I mean, yes, I'm shorted. I have one PC. Get rid of this music. Nice, Tarek. Oh, this is... names, jeez. Okay. Cool. I'm not flawless. Far from that flawless. I don't know what's gonna go on, what's gonna happen with UNH, obviously. We'll kind of see.
There's always another way.
I haven't really played him. I played a couple games. Seems OP. I don't really understand, like, the ulti, for example. Okay, Marie. I can play other roles, okay, Marie? Something like that, James. Not exactly. It's not a pill for Dushan.
That glimmer of hope you see, that's me.
That's crazy, Michael. Dude, do I have to cast it in a certain place? On you and the guy you bound to. I don't have to target it at all. It was just alt, don't. The alt spawns two circles, one centered on you, the other on the ally. After 2.5 seconds, anyone standing inside of either circle gets 2.5 seconds of invulnerability.
Just in case. I have seen the light too clearly to ever fear the dark.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Easy on the eyes? Don't I know it?
Minions have spawned.
The stars were the question. I was the answer.
Our bot lane? Who's my ADC? The fuck?
Sometimes, life is worth dying for. Love is simply beauty crystallized. True gems sparkle even in the absence of light. Is simply beauty crystallized.
Really useless till level 3.
Each life is a rare jewel.
Slox.
Just as the mountain is eternal, so is hope.
An ally has been slain.
Up the mountain we go. Smooth. Money well spent. Human life is fleeting. A mountain's life less so. Stars. Stars are eternal.
An enemy has been slain.
Elegance never helped win a fight, but it never hurt. Targon weeps for you.
An ally has been slain.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't. We see beauty in the stars, and they see beauty.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
is it always the ugly ones? Say hello to my little jokes. My heart is filled with starlight. I give it freely to all. Oh, the sights we'll see.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The mountain reveals the harshest truths in our souls. And one of these. Demacia was my home, but the stars are my destination. This world's fragile beauty must be preserved.
Shut down. Enemy killing spree.
The stars freed me from myself.
Enemy rampage. Shut down.
To truly see the stars, I climbed. We're all headed toward the same inevitable end. No need to rush. Never submit. The best weapons are beautiful.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Are known to me. The mountain showed me my path.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain.
The Protector speaks through me.
An An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Failure has always been my greatest mentor. The mountain's question is unique for each of us. Truth is worth fighting for, but beauty is worth dying for.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Vigor! I am no longer the man I once was.
Enemy double kill. Executed.
No rest for the chosen of Targon.
An enemy has been slain.
I have seen the light too clearly to ever fear the darkness.
An aim is dominating.
Easy on the eyes? Don't I know it?
Turret plating will soon fall.
Let me make myself crystal clear. Always forward. The stars were the question. I was the answer.
Shut down.
Let me show you something.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Sometimes, life is worth dying for. Love is simply beauty crystallized.
Executed.
Always.
Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Executed. Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. Defeat.